powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Go up spider. The spider never been say. We have to see we have to know what someone will be doing a spider.
2 years and the pieces and I go 300 pieces. I do and 2 years 7 Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been saying, Oshe and Omboy. I say, you may also. Omboy, you say, one district, one dam, one factory, a beer company. And Omabam for Swami.
Oh, business with their call. A guy in Tinama start to me.
Yes guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. My name is Desmond Bredo. So today I'll give you a little tour into my personal life. So I've been saving for quite some time and I have 10 ways that I save more money on a monthly basis. So today I'll be sharing with you those 10 things that you can also do to also save more money on a monthly basis. But before I go into the video, if you're new here, please don't forget to click on the subscribe button and turn on notifications so that you don't miss anything that I post on this channel. Don't forget to also give this video a thumbs up if you enjoy it. Let's go straight into the video. So the very first thing that I do to save more money on a monthly basis is to budget. Now, I know how much I'm getting on a monthly basis, so I also need to plan for that money, and that's where budgeting comes in. If you want to know more about budgeting, I'll leave a video here that you can click on it to budget, and also leave an Excel sheet that I did that you can also use the format to also budget. But to make this more practical, what you can do is you can use the envelope budgeting style. So what that is you can get as many envelopes as you want, let's say 5 or 10. Then you label it according to your expenses that you've written down. Let's say clothing, envelope 1. Let's say makeup, envelope 2. Let's say your groceries, envelope 3. So what that does is, if you have allocated, let's say 100 cedis to your groceries, you put that money in the envelope. So once you're going out to buy groceries, you can just take that particular money and go and use it. So once you see that the money keeps dropping, then it can give you a mental picture of where you need to cut it down. So if, for example, you budgeted 100 cedis for hangout, and the very first week you take 50 cedis out. The next week, if you're going, there 50 cedis left in the envelope, so you know that that's my allocation for my hangout left for the month. So it gives you a mental picture of where your money is going and what you have done with your money. So it helps you track your expenses as well. So you try the envelope budgeting style as well. Now the second thing that I do is to make savings automatic. What do I mean? So I have a standing order on my account. So a standing order is simply an instruction to your bank to move a certain amount of money from your bank account to, let's say, an investment account at a specified period. So one thing that I do is, once I'm paid, my standing order hits the same day that I'm paid. So once I get my salary, everything, or almost everything, but my allocation for my investment goes away. So in my mind, I don't even have that money in the first place because that money has been taken away into my investment account. Try that too, and to help you save a lot once you make savings and investment automatic. Now the third thing that you need to do to save more money is to have an accountability buddy. Now I have a friend that I consult if I want to make some expenditures. I ask the person, okay, what do you think about it? What do you think about this? So that helps you to make or get a second opinion about the things you want to buy or the things you want to get. Now, if you have that person that you trust, you can do that, and to help you get a second opinion and to help you make better decisions, get an accountability buddy. If you don't have one, you can hit me up. I'll be your accountability buddy for a week, just for a month. Now, the fourth thing that you can do to save more money is to remove your card details from the online shopping portals. Now, one thing I've realized is, if you have to type your card details every time you buy something new, it sometimes becomes a roadblock for you. So it becomes like tedious. You need to type in this card details every time you want to withdraw or you want to buy something online. Just put your card details in those very few websites. The more you have your card stay online, the more the temptation for you to spend, because it's easy for you to just click on pay, then your money is gone. So start removing the card details that you have online and help you save more money. Now the fifth thing that you can do to save more money is to write your shopping list down. Now it will amaze you how many people don't go out or go to shop without having a shopping list. I used to do that a lot, but now anytime I go out to buy anything, I have a shopping list that I go according to. So if I know that I don't need this, I don't buy it. Trust me, to save you a lot of money. If you also, anytime you want to go and buy stuff, put the list down, and if possible, go with cash. Don't go with card, because once you go with your Visa card, and you know that, okay, once I buy it, I can even have the money to pay for it, you will end up buying more than you actually need. So sometimes go with cash, and to save you a lot of money consistently. Now that will really lead into my sixth point, saying that you need to also cut down on your food expenditures or your hangout expenditures. Especially for us, the youth, we end up staying out so much or going out so many times, and we spend so much on our food, on hangouts and places like that. Start cutting down on all of those things, and trust me, you save a lot of money on a consistent basis. Now the seventh point, which is it's what I do, is I save on fuel cost. How do I do this? I go to work early and I come back late, so I miss out on a lot of traffic, so I end up saving fuel cost. You can also do that if you have your own car. That will also help you out. Go early, avoid the traffic, come back late if you can, if your neighborhood is safe, and you can also save a lot of money. Now the eighth thing that you can do is to invest in quality. Now anything that you want to buy, get quality. Now, if you choose quantity over quality, you might end up having to buy the thing multiple times in your clothing, in your gadgets, in your accessories, everything. Just buy quality stuff. And once you buy, you don't have to spend money on replacements and repairs and stuff like that. It will save you so much money if you buy quality. Now, the ninth thing that you need to do, which I call the rule stuff, or the ninth and 10 will be more of rules. Now, the ninth rule will be have a 10-second rule, or a 24-hour rule, or a 30-day rule. Let me break it down. Now, if you want to buy something, let's say you go to the shopping center and you want to buy something, when you pick it up, have a 10-second and think about it. Do I really need this thing? If not, put it back down. Now, for 24 hours, if you have maybe a medium decision I need to take, expenditure I need to take, sleep over it. So if after 24 hours, the thing is still pressing for you, they know they can actually go for it because it's a need that you want. The 30-day period here says that wait on the item for 30 days. If you can, then if it's still pressing after 30 days, then you know that you actually need it. But you can also decide to do a 2-week rule instead of 30 days. You can do 14 days or 21 days. But I recommend a 30-day period for you. Now, the final point that I want to leave with you is to have designated days or particular weeks that you said, okay, this week I'm not buying anything, so expenditure freezes for a particular week by a particular day. Trust me, I do this sometimes. I'm like, okay, this week I'm not buying anything that I don't need. I'm not even buying anything at all. Then I know that, okay, this week I'm saving money. And trust me, if you do this constantly, you might see that some little adjustment that you make in your lifestyle help you save so much money down the line. So that's it, guys. 10 ways that you can also save more money that I do, that I think it can also help you to save more money on a consistent basis. If you found this video informative, please don't forget to click on the like button. Subscribe if you are new here so you don't also miss anything that I post on this channel by turning on the notifications. And also don't forget to comment below on what you also do to save more money on a consistent basis. I'm happy to hear and learn from you so that we can also together grow and enjoy the financial independence that we all seek. Thank you so much for your support, and I'll see you soon. Vamos.
I'm proud to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety campaign. Now, my message to Ghanaians is to be very cautious whenever you are sitting in a vehicle. When a driver is not doing the right thing, tell him that, hey driver, you are not doing good. If he's overspeeding, tell him, driver, stop the overspeeding. If he did not park well, tell him, driver, did not park well. Life precious. Do the right thing, save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
No Cresse Awe Senior High School. Amao admission. No Cressa.
I'm a patron of Cressa. Maniac, Madame Namaniac, no, yes, Meda, or Yanko active. So I'm now fine. Secondly, KANTA TV,
So when you jumedi na se onyanka Crancheck ebusuako no a yebesro se
o be subscribe na se o subscribe wi a
adoma bi won chen
mi aso
se ne be ya
jumeti biara ye de beto ono
onsa beka
na won so betimi ahwe bi
dreams, our passion. We that with the help with the change them.
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every usisimu konoa woto ase ho no ntina fa wosrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa woje hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mo na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mo de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awono ama ho eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wotu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia udu session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
Minuanom, Matiasem Day, ene se ope asase ana edan ato a mansun biara enihua. Enuane ejare real estate. Na sa ejare real estate, won wo kaswa ofanko, baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no. Ufiri ho pe na ura ejare real estate. Asa iti ani jesemiye. Anwia ene ebo a wode besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de san ma eye ahomeka ene se wo to asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe e de amaw e de odin aye pillars e de ese ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na san tie ani je sema san wo ho bi me ensu a wode besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe woto wasase anase wo dan a na yede ahye wonsa etika ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo.
You are here from Mamina Kwaba Crime Check Foundation about Yujumedia Yatu Midin say time with the prisoner na ebeye na wotwini asembi beto ye nima na ye ahometesem ye yenua bema abu sofiano yenua bema me ati ase se yijele no 12 years wo Kumasi Central Prison ye nyina nim se the Kumasi Central Prison etie prison ba ko a oho ayema ebufaso if we say ohwe the prison architecture ekwan a obruni esi no osi ne se inipa kakra bi na enda sa prison no ense ne ye ne mo ka say ayema yema chese yare ho ba bi inipa da ho bedru Ghana say ye beacon of democracy, a champion of human rights and the keka ho na akohwe sedie inipa eda ho prison baby ye do mo ko na yakọ reform mo na yakọ rehabilitate wo mo no ma bebo bra ama Ghana nyom ho mfaso a na utim ho se the ekoso or your presence and it defeated the reformation rehabilitation agenda of the Ghana Prison Service. Now you know be my can asem Abu Sofiani the man 12 years no oko prison one opportunity or how we munyina echi okusua enwoma in modern bar Ghana Prison Service for airborne essay or how we nyina echi you know the educational programs about prison simu amene uko prison na opese usua ngoma utimi esua na ebi ena Abu Sofiano ono okoye no nyansa esua adeye take advantage of the opportunities a ewo prison ho esua ngoma ochoro ne BC enya aggregate 16 na arhoseme wo mo ne say opie free prison ho no eye 2020 last year no or try exam 2019 opie ye no suku a okope ekwan wo mu na watimi atoa na disua so no o me yeti asese suku mi ensa a wo mu nyina ne se won engine no yanko ye chikakra na yenkotie asemo a yenuan o de bedan ye Sela nipa 121 ene wom yehye bi ebiti koni se ebi nan koni se Abu Sofiano asua enwoma a enei wapia wapase exam so no so a ochoro ne prison ha Abu Sofiano opie ye wa me ate ase se wo pese wo ko secondary school wako secondary schools miensa ebia won empesa on befa aye no kre na before say beto ya asemi so ne black lens for mugusu bo mo da road den say eye video editing and a camera training and ne wo fie na say adwuma ni ho de a omo no wonya adwen ene wo mo nkasa omo de na wotwensia ebe ma training papa ama watimi enya ensa no adwuma ene black lens for say won training no ama nipa pii adwuma se de wo hwe won omo ko bi no omo pass out na won pass out we so a black lens so asan boa wo ama omo de training na omo ko nya ye no e de aye bibi papa intene black lens for enkasa.
Black Lens Ventures asaka kan hubiem and they say we
JHS graduate, SHS graduate, and na sempono
university graduate now tifie uni bibiaye.
Na wo pese wonya insanu dwuma biya.
And tutumika na bra Black Lens Ventures.
Se wo pese wo ya professional photographer,
videographer and digital video editor.
Ne wo be ya ne se wo be pick form e wo ye office a 50 cedis. E wo KFC inside Matayeko pharmacy dance man.
Wo teachers akuku dama wode na wotwensia e be kire we na hu nimdie
ni ja semensan wo mun se wo bon homodin na usua kosisi ya
Black Lens be ma wa kwanya ne edwumakuo ni mu bi aye edwuma enti tutumika na be fa forms ana se frɛ numbers a etwa group screen so
0242 074 276
as 0596 328 008
0302 966 54.
You are for uti asema inu ebu Sofia na editu ye nime ya ne chese eye areho yie obi abo no homoden wako prison wasua nwoma wapie na suku a oko na braba sesa no ontimi nkode a na eden iti Crime Check Foundation sa story aye ekwa akire yie ema enipa pi na efre yen na eye Africa Education Watch nyankopon ensure momne edi nkita ho bebre ema enne ye kasa yi no enam ikita ho a ne Africa Education Watch ediye no eye the Director General of the Ghana Education Service eba asemwe mu ema enei Abu Sofian awe senior high school di kan call ya won say ebe den se won be fa no no efi say oye ex convict no enne ye ne mo kasa yi Abu Sofian yafa no obeko suku na before say beko Abu Sofian ho no eye USAID Justice Support Activity ejumedie bia aba ebeboa na Ghana ye criminal justice system na ye nyina eje tumo say eto esin ewo ba bebre no aba abeboa na ya hyemu kena. When we
talk about case tracking is a monitoring exercise, monitoring device, which helps to monitor the arrest of a person through the police, whether bail will be considered or not, whether bail is considered within time or outside time, if the person is to arraigned before the court, whether the court is exercising its mandate within the content of the law.
The country's justice system is undermined by interinstitutional collaboration challenges and resource constraints leading to limited access to justice.
Through our present documentaries and media engagements, we have been able to draw the attention of governments and other stakeholders in the criminal justice chain to the enormity of the problems militating against effective justice delivery. And though some successes have been chalked up, more needs to be done.
Biba, Abu Sofian asemi, enye nyame adaro, ena asemi ebe to ye bedru ye ni mu a. Na kyerɛ sɛ wontimi nko suku ne da yɛ son a opɛ sɛ ɔbɛyɛ nurse no atɔ nsuo mu na nsɛm bi sɛ no wotimi ho sɛ enipa bebree ɛna wɔn so no wɔn sugu wɔ mu efi sɛ wɔn nim kwan a won how won de betudwa na won anya justice na eno na USAID justice support activity said be kan no aba ese bodawuro na Ghana fo obiara a ne fa ahodie yetietia so na onim ekwan a obefa so na nasam abetodwa na ono nso no wanya ne fa ahodie no sa adwumadie aba ama obiara na sa adwumadie adwumadie in 2018 the government of Ghana won FBB said case tracking system won ede eba yese justice sector institutions ni nyina no won betimi aka won adwumadie abom na obrone beka so won work closely said ebe ya fa ahodie nipa fa ahodie etaitieti aso no so won timi ka bom na won ye adwuma sa enipa etaitieti o mo fa ahodie so no eso ebete na eno na US aban edi sika abehemu ma ama ene 3 organizations legal resource center, Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative and a Young Crime Check Foundation ye bo hu dewuro ama Ghana fo nyina hu se obi a ye betieti ane fa ahodie so no ma omana ba mu ekwan pii wo ho a nipa won te saa no on betime anya access to justice inti ne dwumadie before se ye beko Abu Sofyan ho no na ye mama hu se USAID justice support activity no aba ama obia sisi a ye kasai dwumadie koso 7 regions across the country se enam case tracking system is no ena won nyina enta ewo computer so ene uchi obi ena de mra na kase untimi detain no beyond a certain period ena sa wudi nipa no hyemu ma ebro so a ene otobededi na de US aban ene Ghana aban aka onti abom ne se sa fa hodi a yetietia so bebre no yebeboa na eso ate na case tracking system in 7 regions a ewom Greater Accra, Volta, Northern, Upper East, Ashanti, Western ena Bono na saa 7 regions yi dwumadie yi koso 40 district nti case tracking system ne mfa so ne se ena police ni uchi wo bia nti se kane no na ya tworo go paper so yese afi nipa no kora ne doketa yira ensam wonwona bebre na se nipa no yitieti omofa ahodie so na won eda so edamu case tracking system no de ensesaye kese aba ni se uchi nipa na no enipa no ho information no wo bo egu computer so said the beya sa attorney general's department omutin kran a omubehu the koso district ho say ye chi kwasi apia no da say ni ye chi no se kwasi apia wademu acha won behu won kran etisa na akwakoye ni nyina ade a US aban boa Ghana ban na kabi mamen kabi ene nipa fa ahudi so no fapemwa Ghana ama enya respect in the eyes of the international community no etimi agina ho ye enti eno dwumadie na Crime Check Foundation ye implementing partners ye bo dewro ene yi no se obi etieti awfa ahodie so na utwa wani na se wuni enida so ba bia do wani kira ofre helpline 020 379 9978 number in a show on screen so 0203799978 number sanka ho biem 0302 766 756 0302 766 756 ofra de hawon fatuga won no bekasa na won aboawo yabako na yene Abu Sofiano akwa kasa na anija wanya esan se dewura dwumadi a yedi under the justice sector support activity intino ene yatene nka wiase afana nyina yama no admission a wokusuku no yenko na yenkotie edejesebe Abu Sofiano etesen
de pacho na mi ado me hoye
Yo, anope ye tete ensembe no krese awe senior high school. Ama admission. No kresa.
Me patro no kresa tete.
Yo, bye mu echere eba ne sen.
Me patro ene anope na me ko awe nya me ko kudu headmaster no ka ke me auditor general the recommendations aba say young family. Me ko kudu no o intelligence ni aka every time say Argentina me obi amapa hotel me beta ni omo kari bi ke ana me ma kwa kwa ana me tibo and this na ni mu na me fe no ni na ma me de e ko ni san me se na o fan teme ana o tibo oni problem or the academy.
Okay, so no, wo hwe nanim a na ne bo afu pa ana se na o ka ne bia keke.
Me gana no na ne bo afu but no the experience.
No the experience yo. Eno an ye hwehwe. Me gidi se wo enije kase mu edu mu bi so kwa
ni banya de pa me da dem na manya ti no ta ni dem
uhu de wonye
ni ya me no de ade a me na ko padum about coming
yo na sese aba ne sei na school no sha ase da ben se o me yeti ase se o mama prospectus e no ma be kwa akototo ne je se wo ko board na na wo ko day
ya ka cho mi ko day
wo ko day
yes
yo na wo ye no ye headmaster no kwa no hu so story ananti wiase nyinara ana na nkrofo hwehwehwe wanim kakra after say wo de asem ne beto yanim a yenso ye blo hu dawru
me ko dura na de na headmaster no assistant headmaster no ni bofu eno kata o susu na me headmaster ndense onya bose na me ko du school headmaster na assistant headmaster na ko ya mani pa eni papa no kwa
yo na sese no na school no sere na mibisa no o sha ase da ben ankasa
me patro na me pa to den na me patro
ototo no mani wi ana be sha ase
me patro sa
yo na afutuo ben na wode be ma wunua no mo a ebinom free prisoner ba me gidi se bi a oti yeye na wode ye wasam beto yenim ne ye bo ho dawro ene nyame adaroma wanya suku a wokọ because menim se nipa nipi wo ho so mo choro mo nsohwe wo prison na ebia me gidi se pi no so ekope suku ekope nyuma a yehu so makọ prison aba no yamfa wo ye nsem eti se pi aba yenim die yi no edien na wo begina so na waka akire won a wokọ ohawa a won ti se yimu a won free prison aba edien asem na beka akire wo mo
diga kama kidia akake ni nyano mo first ya ba ne ke area ti di odi atu ani ti bi ata o feta o ya na wata o ko ani ti ke na me ne pe na de o se no ade papa ko ada na ko pombe bo ama won ta etini aka
yo edi asem biem na wo pesa wo de etwato
ma sama mi de twato ne ke ye me da o yan ko pon ati e wa ma me now fine. Secondly, KANTA Mega Master. Ghana Education Service, Mega Muinati, the Omabuame, the Martinena School Mukwaya, Namenepa, Enke, Mexas. And African Education Watch, Mega Master, the Omadi, Etnia Abuame, Amamaka School and Street.
Yo. Yenso de betwa eto ene se nyame adom unim bra wakobre unim mistakes bi a wo ye ukopie prison prison nam prison mu ensem nyina echi utimi pass ye enne wakopie secondary school ye be stress wakoho no wakobre wo ho ase aya kwada pa na butaya eno nti enne wanya school na wo kono daache etimi abamama afutu a yenso ye de be ma no enti nyame nka ho
on kamo smo me da ma ke pa nyame nka mo me che mo bo se nyame pa a 3 years se ene metwere wi a medlen krata ni na de ban so amamohu se adwuma na amoye no anya adwuma hu
yo yada wase bebre yada wase nyame kan ho you are for we dey nyina yeti yenu asafia no asem ode ato ye no ya homeka na so said me kan ne Deura and Crime Check Foundation, Legal Resource Center, Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, for access to justice under the Justice Sector Support Activity at US Abain Ababeso Ghana Abain Muno. Ebi enhu emfaso ni na ye dwumadi a ye hyemo Kenya na adru Ghana tokro bia mu emse medika ka ho nsem pii se ene se fa ho die so na ye tietia ekwan da ho ofre helplines ya ide agu ho ya nipa eno ebekasa na de ha obia no ode atodwa ye nuanom eye ex convicts a se de medical ka no mapiaba o how be ye tietia mo fa ho die so ye stigmatize mo na munni enidaso enya mo nko Ghana fo a won so won ni kwan a on befa so se ye emrasem bi ba na won sungu mu no enne ekwan na beda ho enti no mu ne ye nkasa ye da mu nyina ase da se ne se Nyankopon ma ho kwan a ye besan
twana ma wenu mi hu masaka aswodi ami enyina Samoni ami dienina oh abani ami enina Samoni ami dienina
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Women and youth groups, as well as community-based organizations, demonstrated that they remain key actors to a peaceful electoral process. Through different initiatives, communities were mobilized to promote peaceful elections, and we must endeavor to give them a central role in our electoral process going forward. I mean, we know the youthful profile of our population, the active role of our women, Ghanaian women, particularly when it comes to electoral campaigns. Of course, role of our women, which is not always reflected post-elections in the distribution of the goodies. And I see that in Parliament we don't seem to be improving on that. And the representation is still hovering around 16%. I know that in the past it had gone up to 20%, so it's not a happy story today to say that the gender representation is hovering around 16%. We can do more. The executive is striving, and I've seen a figure of average of 20%, but I think Ghana, with the leadership role that we have in the issues of governance on our continent, we should be among the trendsetters when it comes to this. So I think it's long overdue that at executive level also we should be talking of minimum 30% representation by our female population, which represents more than 50% of the national population. So at 20%, that is an underrepresentation, and I think going forward we should all endeavor to do better there. So let me commend Codeo, therefore, for organizing this important event and for the invitation to me, and I want to emphasize the importance of after-action reviews. to key processes such as elections, with a view to identifying best practices and improving on future electoral processes. Any human endeavor certainly will have its shortcomings, so it's normal. It doesn't matter how well one thinks that one has performed. Monitoring evaluation requires that we take a look at our performance and see how we can improve on future endeavors, future exercises, future elections. In that regard also, let me recognize the invaluable role of civil society organizations, particularly the CODEO, in the democratic process in Ghana. Through the promotion of peaceful, transparent and credible elections, or even just contributing to conflict prevention and resolution processes. And I want to urge that this continues to be the case. And in fact, many of the examples that we have established here in Ghana have been replicated in neighboring countries. And I can tell you that from my previous work, whether it was with the ECOWAS or with the UN, that in many countries that we go, we're told that, oh, this we learned from Ghana. So that leadership position that we have in this regard is important. Ghanaian civil society ought to be proud of itself and continue to remain engaged and do the work that you need to do to advance the democratic process here and by implication in our sub-region and on our continent. Over the years, and particularly during the 7th December 2020 elections, the contribution of CODEO in collaboration with other partners was instrumental to the conduct and conclusion of the process. Through the deployment of elections observers and regular analysis and advocacy, CODEO once again demonstrated its central role in promoting democratic governance, peace and stability in the country. And I should underscore that the information generated by CODEO, including from its well-equipped and professionally manned situation room, was very useful to some of us who were playing good officers' role at the time and who came, and in our interactions we were able to get very useful information indeed. And this will be true of other bilateral and multilateral partners of Ghana who were involved in that process. The 7th December general election was another major test to Ghana's democratic process. And Ghanaians, despite numerous challenges in a very tense atmosphere, once again demonstrated their political maturity and love for country by ensuring a largely peaceful conclusion to the process and avoiding a post-electoral crisis. I should add here that indeed in some of our neighboring countries, we did witness crisis prior to the election, during the election, and post-election, including, for instance, in Guinea and neighboring Cote d'Ivoire, where we had an exceptionally large number of election-related violence, particularly in Guinea and in Cote d'Ivoire. And it is in that regard that we should also be concerned that perhaps in that regard we lost one of our bragging rights. I personally used to always say, when I'm talking in other contexts where things are tense, and say, well, look, I come from a country where when we have elections, yes, we have our differences and you'll have the tension associated with elections everywhere, but there are never any deaths as a result of these elections. And if they occur, they are accidents that happen from accidents of vehicles or motorcycles, people going to or from party events. But I think this time our image has been tainted in that regard, and it should be of concern to us.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Go up spider. The spider never been say. We have to sleep. We have to know what one will be. One is spider.
I'm 2 years in the pieces. I go 300 pieces. I go and 2 years 7 Ghana skate and Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been saying, Oshen on boy. I say, you may also. On boy. You say, one district, one dam, one factory, a beer company. And I'm about for some in.
Oh, business with their call. A guy in Tinama start to me.
GhanaWeb in fear edunumienu na fino ye ho efa etri sema eda so GhanaWeb then now and later na ye de niema pi na egugu akwan mu se de be ya ye mfin hyiade ebedi mu didi mu akote na emu baako ene road safety campaign e de hye enu se kan kwanhyi a ekoso wo mamu no ye bobbo ho dawro se ne ye be ya eso ebete ene ye ne opanyin baako a waje din pa e wo nwumtuo mu gospel musician ya sapon ene be twetwe nkomo ofa akwaba
ya eja
na pom tise
yeho adom pomuye
enano wunya nkwanhia esida ben na ekwan ben na fa so e bae
last year October na mi free Accra High Kumasi nti etra Sankara Barrier no in fact na previous day no na makoye program kakra nti na mabre nti na mada but me team ni me hu se car no a call left na barrage na unexpected a try a koto amene bi mu but a try say a some sort team hu ya na se car no da amene ni mu street e wo road na kwa na nchewo na accident this year nkofo bibiri di make ba car no na omo betra se omo yi Africa ni ame menana me first born wa akola be 2 years ana sapon no ono so tika ni omo be yi ni bi na omo tese akola bi obu eda bushi ho isu ata ye de na ye nim be bi na omo ko fa no nyame da oma ono we mpra but maami tiwa me singa no ne wisdom teach na etui na be hihye ne kon wantie ma ne kon no eswele serious na me third born Jordan ono so koto car na se ma car no to no so be 15 minutes anza mo fe mankofo abitima ba be yi na ibru ya na Joas hospital ambulance rush no de no call Kofanoche hospital na on admit omu nyina egu me na me ho odin ga kranti me de omu ma me kofi na ye ma me tiwa me ba no Jordan na Joyce lady o kan ye group no omu nyina de omu da hospital o check akra sana ye omu be fi ndi up to now me no kase nyina tiwa ne me ba nya omu gusu a omu no mu chese akatiwa kwa de akaseji ba kwa ezo mko omu ye ba ko omu ze asan ka ba ko ndi sana eko happen very terrible accident
na ose na wote echire na out front na when it and say yes na nipa na no twika no ose denesi
in fact omo ana omo wo because o teku ni kakra ndi na nipa gina timi de na mtie nse driver no and a yes, I mistake. I'm only driver back on our over. As I so we driver no a overtaking. In the nature say a yes, a ya quack, say a mobile crash. In the way no no we can't find chain. Any idea until your tea we will see and gravels no be whole so according to Omo no Muja Hono and a can start say someone to because Unim say Ubi betting my overtaking at IHS in Tina only on I'm not quite now until almost say we had driver back on a free say banana or cause accident when you answer.
I see. A bra a conjani see Omwa a beto sono. Say na amokano ACF isansi ni se kankwanhia sisi ya ebi mu ha mo beboa say ye befa mo akọ hospital ebi so afi no mo ba betwa sini no mo dey ascend say dey sini o say na amokanity.
In fact, to be frank, kofono ya dey my surprise me because nipa dimika ba ma chese utimu say nipa ba ho no now omunya sympathy my pa just say omuye edwuma to be frank omuye edwuma papa especially me bana o talk car na se no a car no to no so no omu frefre we di mekano kukurum na ko se ho no ben krum we di mekano ko within a short time na nipa bo nipa no doso ansa na omutimi pushi car ne free me bana so because tundra mood
tundra to afrano so
tundra just utim say American spec ni bi wa outim say enye agro fa omo ndide bia me ko indiba me da krumo for as pa say omo boy enye agro omo boy omo boy ejina car say nam kwa nso be nyina bi egu car ma car no kwa ye kokwa ba ko omo gina no chance yesterday ebi no tutu cars ni di ekinti ba kono essay wo kwanso de eko na di udi echi na fast no mu yie say va omo ya de omo ya de
minim se we ni ebredi kan a BBC ato a we ni bredi kan
we ni bredi
na we pie bi so da na wo hu bi
medical bi echi a unexpected mu ya ni say start ekobush na me immediate me cook was na me driver ma car no ko hwidue bi mu ma omu prepare ni pa omu ye fo omu nyina obia serious ba akokwa de ne minim bia na but obi enwu obenim nti me ne me driver na me ne nam e fe no so jama me ne mi nu ne ko ba bia car no bushi we ewura ye no ko sisa omu nyina de omu e be gu me car no mu ne car bi so gina ya de omu ko hospital me pie bi so da
se yehwe nipa dodo a enya kan kwanhia na omo efri mu ana so omo hwere omo nkwa ekọ animu pa wo hwa nansen akra wo de toto covid yi ho a nipa na ewu esan kan kwanhia no edoso sene covid-19 wodi wani eto forma den na ususu se edi we se nyina eba den na yenye niye.
One thing is drivers no na say omunya hwie kasa chere because most of the drivers ni bibiri yen tempe ase wo pre no wo pentem se wo ena baby a wo no say even car no wo no man speed no udura anyone na wakwa na de wo no ai wo over speed anyone na wakwa na de wo no man speed na ba beto eho efa no every drivers no omo ahwe ya omo nye okwa no so ena ebinum nso drive na omo drive no wabokra na o de kaka ena car nso yenyina yenim se they were car city just twinkle of an eye na accident eba ena ebinum nso so dia omo ema accident ne ba se nani kumukra na o drive because minimum kophobia me no mo di nkomo mo kaso na me dey see ani me da kra metimi kaka enye no kure and nkophobia wo suban bi wo mu a eno na ese omutimi jai na accident no so because accident bi ebisi bia na wo the cause enye car na 15 ya na da entisa
o sha ya bo kan kwanhia ho dewro sene esese ye bokodru
kan kwanhia ho dewro no dia me ni kura ni isa enya dia ye said isha eya dia ebi na wo kan say this year omo ye covid no kra no accident e kum enso se wunye obi owo ho ana omo wunmi ngo bi sori a nka obutime hu say driver we ya ene na mo no ma sa problem me ba drivers no attitude ena omo cause accident enye car no keke cause accident bi e bisi bia omo overtaking wrong overtaking obi beye no na obi susu nam ne kwaso no akwiti say ye so o trust enti kasache ne de isua say omuma intimi amanfo pa ti say in fact road accident ho campaign na say able drivers kokopade say yes so common to say bibi to say sort say the nchene ye common for baby obi hu say say because drivers na so serious ebinum just the car na go tren kra no afekwa na bi awaje lances afei na wo enti esa road accident no ho campaign na mo ye no one the esa kra bi o minya accident ena mi hu say you ade ese ye pa anya sa omu kunkrofo keke me se senye nyankopon ene gina mechi a bibia because ye car na ye over repairs we are in the way see here you know
amomo akra
amomo say you know the car ni is omu friend na bibibi omu say no na ye mo ye car omu say ni mi nu nyina they always say you know omu ntimi en street no mfanye car etutu car no ni so it's like say that is in here kasa kire more radio so papers mu television so what you say no kwa na ho say e common okuma
eyimu nyina no aban asudi e da aban so any sen na wodi wani eto forma aban ye ne fam de na wo ye ekosi empempenso a ye yesusu senka wo yana
de me hu ni say government de cry no they all in isa imagine say ebeto aba hwe kwan a wo faso ye campaign kasa mo ma obia bibia ko nipa so mu yi I think say road safety campaign no it deserve a lot of attention because say unya accident da hu the way it so but any effort e kwan no susa drivers no hu say kwan ni susa baby a obi hye obi any kwan no wo take em go speed obi di be san ho no because on American highway American na omu road ebi nim cars ni bi ko 8 ebi ko 6 kwan no so mo hu say why ye kwan susa and now unexpected no ko pie ka bi so obi po bi ase isi ho wo anaka bi dia ko hase che say government no man any ko road accident we too much too much
yeah say udi wo futu etwa to okra ma den ususu den potin ena ubenya ananka yede egu akwan mu na ma kan kwanhia na so ati
me de me feel nka government no enye na said say all the stations nya omo ge licenses free omo ansa na otima operate nka omo van kan omo measures ho say this year ubeye road accident ho ubema amamfo hu hia say eni say esi enka omo measures omo de be ma omo oba anopa first thing can once because cars na enam sa 24 hours na radio stations e wa kra hankwa I say almost about ebu 100 kuma say ebu 100 takrade almost about be 20 just the whole Ghana baby nti omo manyu mo say any TV stations omo beje lines ade we de omo nye ne te say de e beto aba o e a omo ye no na enko ni because abrofo e kan omo say e sa no life ti ade omo hu say be ha omo no they make sure say omoye ehun serious campaign man ko fu na drivers no so omo stations na omo atete the protoa no money defense station omo ko omo ho na omo nyina ehun se nipa na okuku omo no ye pe omo 4 years de omo ato aba na enye restrictions bi mremu both side na drivers ni hu passengers obi o got na kemo be argument desire ko no driver na tension e won kasa no so na fe omo enye straight say omo ni nkofonga so obi ti uti obi kam no hu se okono no monsa binum timi gina no makotwa bi omo twa bi ya no be ni nyina no enye sa ne mo we se government mo ni bre ho na the government be ye no because o kasa ye na ye beda kafi we timi we kafi obi ansi abonte obi ansi a bar critical say ya read by meshes beginning editing kasa for first time one e buy yes ye nyina ngo de obi akọ dem upia o problem I say a road accident in some meshes we never because the way akasi e kum nipa no Jesus
ofa ebeda se on twetwen komo e wo GhanaWeb TV so abusia aha na brebe ma yakwan amede ye interview with gospel musician ya Saponu ABC ya kai wo say ye di en 22nd anniversary say unhu bibi e wo wakwan so na ususu say sadi we say betimi de kan kwanhia ba yimpanyifo asutre anya sanso a say o filmi o video now they send here newswires@ghanaweb.com email newswires@ghanaweb.com and our social media we are on all social media platforms Twitter, Facebook, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb otage ya yebedi hu djuma ye nyina yensom na kan kwanhia eso emrase e wo man Ghana mu medin e de Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Go up spider, the spider never been say. We are to see we are to know what someone will be one spider.
2 years and the pieces, and I go 300 pieces. I do and 2 years 7 Ghana skate and Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been say Oshe and Omboy. On say you may also Omboy. We say one district, one dam, one factory, ye be a company. And Omabam for Swami.
Oh, business with their call a guy in Tinama start to me.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Some say Ghana they will play too much, but some say be a family so. I feel that you say mra e adwuma wo krom ha. Na sa na watwi dem say 1 minute be arrest na mu. And say dey amabro na watwi some course entertainment industry nyina na mason so na maboa no amede ba bebrem. So me ntwa ye ho na ye mbra sesia. Any they pay you. Kiss kiss. Mwah. Any about clapping polo. Na fe dey one man bill. Se see wa munim na watwe ye de no call courts. Picture ya last year ko post ni birthday na ja polo bomodiana. Eyi hu kakra na hu ko ba asem. Child rights man so call court na. Wo so na ekwapem na wa ye di ensem fata. Nti yen kotwem kotwa 90 days bra. Na no na ye kwafo kan na free polo wo say sentence ye hash na den no lawyer cra chema. Na mu rem kakra nti obekọ appeal na appeal no na wotwe e beto dwa so one grant na ye 80,000 Ghana cedis bill appeal no mo bekọ right but before then one man bill na nkofo so kapem we de rade asese wa kọ na wasan aba na ye wo ha se ya na nkofo kaso na kapem ko hina na behwe wo ba na adanfo ba akọ no yonko brebu DKB ye wo ha no details we beto dwa MTM ba mani kakra bank details kakra se mo hwe na polo kwe mo amunim se ne be yaka no kwan mo de na mo send so kakra na ye fan support na Ghana focus DKB asem kakra ba fe de scan na wan achechire wonyina single mothers wonyina na mu raise fans ada na ekwapim polo nkwa mo de no ko so DKB wan shada ni manager kwan po bebe mu kasi ekwapim polo ni manager buy so DKB obi ansoma we nsem de bebre ba polo asem ya be na ko focus we de e bia fanani asinti okoba so obeyi ne ho obeye gidigidi no ba bebrase cancel lucho se debi ekwapim polo no onim no Mfa no kwatwe mu 30 years oba se ne ote anoti nti o so on sesanti ma mo ye se obi obesesan lutro so oba sa net arrest ni bebre koso pan okroma ene se de ye polo out agrada in tactical substitutions ana kofoka wo se se amu release e polo mo san so de agrada kwa koshim obi sa se aye agrada arrest e finfa na ebai aye NCA no wa launch some exercise bi wo chema TV stations amu okrom ha mu ni lances amu ye adwuman ma fa echi na mu ye adwuman se de mu adumu so nti wo close down ene na ye na agrada ho akoba asem aye ni Thunder TV no one ko close down one say close the keku agrada so wo se one akire ombra no mbe explain no mbe kire nsem bi oka na me say what is gagari abozege fans ye ni pa na one akire na akwa akotum no wo so ombra no mbe kire sa sika gari na hu nsem ekosi sen na ye kan wa na wotwe atwemu yi eye na agrada no eye obofo won se na wo kun tokwa bi wa bese tokwa na nkosi hwe eye agrada se eye obofo ye fake ne ade obofo so tutu bi ma no na ye ka se closing down 49 TV stations e wo Chrome ha se e na NCF a shutting it down anti eye nkomo wo ye bomode akohwe eye listening mu no Cash TV, Kiss TV, omu wo listening. Ze ade nwoma amafoto ane se ye nyina ya bo pepepe, ye nyina ya bo pepepe. Thunder TV o, Cash TV o, ye nyina ya bo pepepe. Ze ade NCF se wan mia wan adwuma nti se nana agrada TV, Thunder TV eni hobium. Cash TV so we closing down. Comment say na be call baby a. Ze ye twen so bofo be comment ya no so be modern a na e de abrem. Na semi ba ya nkofo duadua mu je se wo close Thunder TV na manfo kirema information about art ka na che se konfo be say no ye nsem twere ni 2020 electoral commission ma accreditation for journalists no ID card bi aye hu ni se nana agrada ye friend Patricia Siedua se no ande se oka ho ye nim se okọ report ye ne de yentumi nkire ba foforo kra je se etwa manfo nsum kra ne ono ankasa ne press ID for Thunder TV no na ya trobi wo so amanfo akwa koye se so ni badu din bi de yentumi nkire sa but ye hwa ne hu ha ne ye Dr. Patricia Siedua na ye bisa so na anka comfort bad anka doctor de fa ho ben amanfo chema se ono de abra no babo ne de dress nkwan comfort bad na anka powder ni hire na fa ho na makeup ya we kofo se won hye dante asinti na nagrada ye pe nchiremu se muka so ni badu nsem de na wotwe hu se odi post fufu bi aba an so ni chema ni tinefu na akwa eze wo se rasta igwaso mission na kita rasta ba so ni chema on chatting anaso on chat ana amanfo chemu se wa wo se lions don't respond to frog nti ya wo se yegu ase aye frogs ya na asanso be bisa ye nkwahye ende ye nim wan kasa ne abaye otini bia na wabo modern na waye na ye ntu aso ye wo ha na nkoma be todwa amrado so ni rapper ye tinsem nso na wotwe tinsem bi so okọ interview bi na wa walk out of the studio na nkofo say amrado na ada na wo yesa se mo amoka se mo mpenchire mu nkotie ne ekọ na mo jaage ni so se de oye popular ka waso ahantan kakra se o mema ne hom na amrado se nya sa net o so okọ interview so se ni no mu abe kokko promoting ade na afa de presenter ase wo pese wo ne ede ne toto yesa akode ho no se na sakode se koye me senior man no mama yese bi o ye me rival ma ba na me se me ba be promote ma dia mo concentrate on me so na nya fe na mo ba sa ade ne de wo se presenter sa ya mo ta yesa ma friend na fe de mo ba bisa me ho ase na fe de artist bi o tini baby na makofa na asemba amna de se sa ade ne ni nje ho nti wo friend fa interview na asem na ka me nye se wo de kwa kone na baby ene sa ade ya obe work out amanfo deputy ministerialist na dropping na nekufu ado dropping kwafo a oni won ba be ye adwuma wo na aban fufu na baby na nka ye de ye ni die chipa so onim say entertainment industry tourism arts and culture ministry deputy minister na nka ye hwe say nya na be kɔ no ho eje nya ba makokreku mante na wa aboni din so ono ye nominee nti say parliament approving the enya new deputy minister of tourism arts and culture nti mo amonti asene ti se mu bompai akomche na se the be parliament be rejecting nya sadia Kevin boy like okreku mante aneko se there was a child rights international mu hunu na yankasa se si amoto me kwa pimpolo video o say 90 days ya se yenken wie yo o ma san so ababi ma chese celebrities na mo woma under 18 na mo create Instagram page ama won de aka mo ni mu ni hwe but the one ma commercialize adin na wo ye o se ni baketo na o influencer ni ade na skasem wo mu no wo se fe de mu na wo reba mo so nti mo a mo ba ye influencers omo ye advert my product child rights dey bi mmra no wo check mmra no honum baby e offense se wo ba ondi 18 years wo de ne be pay scan ne sanya man nti wo se de celebrities for no munjina monanso ye pa na wo reba mo so ankasa asem be kaya na wo twetwe mu na be bom nkomo bi se ye Dr. Kwekwotin wa che Kwame Eugene ye 2020 Range Rover na we de sanka ni jesem ye kaso Kwame Eugene we de mo dembo na eja wo de nya wo kai na sanka obi acho bi ka de sanka ye ni jesem Ghana fo mamu ni mi endada ebinum se o Kwame Eugene wa afro se brabeje ka dress na wo du koyi o je top bi black bi na we jeans black na magba na nkofo keka na we se o Kwame Eugene e ba dress in there umbo homodin na Kwame Eugene ko interview bi na o present e ka cheni so Kwame what it say nkofo ka so wo dress na do ko je ka ne de na nka nse na Kwame Eugene se mo san nkofo na mbeka me ho asem se me dress nim em se mo adwim obi ka se wadwim ye Charlotte ase ti se emu oha atetewuro no ti se from mabone ti se de won nam chaff ti se munim ne yakoso nti ono pa de se wo ka ne dress ho asem enfa ne ho koso ono mo ambeka ka monya ka ibi adem munya bi ndem ye ti se muna mu se ne dress enye kra oda ko je ka ti mu ntina ho na mu ndwe mo ho Kwame Eugene me se Ghana fo o mu ma ne din da wo ko sise ye ne record meet label na Links Entertainment ye kidi okọ interview bi na o chema ye Kwame Eugene ni communication skills poor yeza ne kase mu ni ade ne enhye da nkoyi na Kwame Eugene aba out na be yi na no chema wo kidi de bia person ko fu se wo na wiye wo na on pe girls wo na onim dress wo na o ye say na o de fa ne ho wo person ni pe ni so wo se wo na o ye gooda wo de fine fa na nka wo anka sa menua chocho mucho aka mu jai sa anko mo na aka na fu mponke wa menua Links Entertainment na be kase me communication poor Kwame Eugene chema se kidi no person obi ehu so ye gooda kidi fa wo na wiye yen kasikafo asem kaka meme yen nkomo no enye sikasem kakra na Ghana ade se unim se esikafo no ye ka ye de ye Dr. Enes Oforisapon ene Dr. Kwame Despite ye de won ka list na ho na mo na mu bi mo se wo ye nuanom de wo mo tala na se bibia bo se wo ka the same events bia mo na mo wo hoi ene na ye Dr. Oforisapon e ba be ye interview na wa che so o mo nya nuanom mo na nka mo ka se wo fi wa mother one father enye sanet oyonku bi si wonua o chere ma way back oye wo one shop bi na hu se Despite first no mo se o da ke ma wa ye san say wa bo brankasa o se no beto top boxes ni ade koton na enum na one ne be fa na afofo nti ene na wa fa na afo na business kaka na Nyankopon adaroma we pagya wa afa de ne de musi ye fe won billionaires e wo Ghana hase nti o chema onye ni nua ene me sorry so na da se ne kuma be koso entertainment industry e be koso ani edi chi na ya boa no na edi ni na abesom ama broni akram
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face.
It's not my brother.
Funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Wo ope spider the spider na ebu ni say na ye the we have to so no was one obi one is spider
to hear be say 100 pieces na go 300 pieces e dey on to na be say 7 Ghana na say 10 Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I been say Oshe na omboy. On say wiem na also. To omboy. We say one district, one dam, one factory ye be company a. E ho baba mfa so am e nyina.
Oh, business with the call. A guy intina ma start to me.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I'm the girl who is always there for people when they need help. I'm also the girl who goes through many phases of life, but will always do anything to help others. Well, those are not my words, and as you can see, I'm not a woman. These words sum up our personalities' life on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Afi Antonio shares her story of philanthropy with us, about the frustrations and whether or not it's worth it being a philanthropist in these parts of our world. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
I'm from the Volta region. My dad is from...
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did...
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Between January and February,
I'm the girl who is always there for people when they need help. I'm also the girl who goes through many phases of life, but will always do anything to help others. Well, those are not my words, and as you can see, I'm not a woman. These words sum up our personalities' life on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Afi Antonio shares her story of philanthropy with us, about the frustrations and whether or not it's worth it being a philanthropist in these parts of our world. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
I'm from the Volta region. My dad is from Tegbi and Uwe, and my mom is from Angloga. So I'm a full Voltarian. I have two other siblings after me. I was born and bred in Bema Camp. My dad was a soldier. He's retired now. So I was born in 1937. We grew up here in Accra. And I attended Kotoka Primary School. And I feathered when my dad retired from the army and we moved to Nungwa, his own house. I feathered at 48 Engineers, JSS, now JHS. And I continued at Nungwa Secondary School where I read visual arts. From there, I went to Takoradi Polytechnic, now a university. I read graphic designing there.
Afi says her former schoolmates remember her as the old schoolgirl due to the way she dressed while in school, but none of them knew why she used to dress that way.
I don't have very straight legs. I have kind of knock knees. Those who don't know knock knees, that's Alantakakwa. So it was a challenge when I was going to Takoradi Polytechnic because I didn't know how I was going to dress. I didn't want people to see that. I felt it was a deficiency or something, and I felt people would laugh at me because I've had that experience before. So it was really challenging when I was going to Takoradi Polytechnic. I didn't know how I was going to dress to hide my legs. So I took my father's outfit, the old school bars with 4 pockets. So that was what I was wearing in Takoradi Poly till I completed school, and I earned the name Old School Girl. So everyone on campus, when you go and you ask for Philo, Afi, nobody knows that. If you say Old School Girl, yeah, that's me. And I remember when we were going for orientation, when we went like fresh, some of the girls later when we became friends were like, they thought I had some mental challenge when they saw me because of the way I was dressed. But they realized, oh, I was okay, but that was how I wanted to dress.
In school, Afi got the opportunity to intern with GBC and fell in love with the media, so she never quite practiced the graphic designing she studied in school. With the help of the late Kofi Bakna, she got the opportunity to do her national service at the OM Studios and has had several media stints thereafter.
I worked with Solid Multimedia, Ezekiel Tete, who is popularly known as Step. He was also working at OM Studios. So when I finished my national service, he called on me and said he wanted to start his company. So since I'll be out there looking for jobs anyway, if I would want to join him and work with him, although he won't be able to be paying me, but he will sort my transport out and all that. So I told my dad about it and he said, okay, if that's what I want to do, that's fine. So I started Solid Multimedia with Step and I worked for him, I think, about 5 years, and then I moved on to other places, but still in the media. I worked for J. Foley, Jeremy, 2131, Raku's Production. So I stayed in the media basically. So I moved from one place to the other. I went to Prime FM. I did a little of radio. I was their front desk executive as well. So I worked for so many people, and I still had relationship with Solid, that Step. So I once a while go to him when I need something. He helps me out.
Gradually, she found a new passion of becoming a model, but she couldn't venture into modeling on runways due to her insecurities about her legs.
At that time, you know, models are supposed to be perfect. They are supposed to look a certain way. So I was wondering, okay, and I said, okay, then I can be a photo model. So I will be able to, you know, pose, and the camera guy will take good angles of me that won't really show that I have legs that are not too straight. So I spoke to Step, and Step said, yeah, it's not a bad idea. So Step was the first person to like do a photo shoot for me as a photo model. He's really done a lot for me. He was the first person to put me on the runway. He advised me to join a modeling agency since I want to be a model. At least, even if I just want to be a photo model, I need to know everything about modeling. So he put me on the runway for the first time, and I enjoyed it. I didn't mind whether I had straight legs or crooked legs, or it was fun. At that time, I spoke to Bulldog. He was a friend as well. So I told him I want him to manage me as a photo model. So when Steve took the photos, I showed it to him and he was like, oh yeah, it's nice. So then there was High Five. So I posted my pictures on High Five and all that. I was getting good feedback and I'm like, okay, this is going somewhere.
Through modeling, Afi gained a lot of followers on social media and decided to use her newfound fame to help people, and through this, the Afi Antonio Foundation was born.
I had a TV show then, my own TV show called Celebrity Delivery, where I connect people to their mentors, their celebs, and they hang out together. They ask them all the questions they want to ask, and they hang out. Like if it's a gym, they go to the gym, they gym together, we go to the restaurant, they eat, and they ask questions and all that. So there was this girl who was disabled. She sent me a message on our Facebook platform saying she looks up to Nana Aba Namwa, and she would like to meet her and be like her. So I was like, okay, I'll try reaching out to Nana Aba and then I'll get back to him. And she was a single mother, so I was curious. And I asked her where the child's father is. I gave her my number and I took hers as well. So we're chatting on WhatsApp. And she told me her story that the guy who impregnated her left her because she refused to abort the baby. I was interested in her story, so she told me more about it. And I was like, how can I help this girl? I called her and I told her, will she be okay if I share her story on my Facebook and see if through that Nanaba Namwa will even see it, because I will lace the fact that she wants to see Nanaba in it. So she was reluctant at first. Like she was like, what if the guy sees it and comes at her? And I'm like, she shouldn't worry. If the guy calls her or anything, she should just direct the guy to me. I'll deal with the guy for her. So she finally agreed I could share her story. I shared her story and it went viral. Nanaba Namwa saw the story and she wanted to meet her. So she went to see Nanaba Namwa, and Nanaba made it possible for her to do some sort of like attachment kind of at GH1, which she really enjoyed because she wanted to be like there. So Nanaba made it possible for her. So that's how I started. So I started helping people with my social media, and I realized that it was something good. So I said, okay, someone told me, so why don't I just register a foundation if this is what I really want to do? So I decided to register my foundation on my birthday 3 years ago. My foundation is 3 years this year. So I registered my foundation and I continued the good work using my social media platforms.
The path Afi's life has taken is not the path she has always wanted to go. Being the daughter of an army officer, Afi had dreams of following in her father's footsteps, but that didn't materialize, and her father tells us why.
She went for the exams, she passed the exams. Like she talked about the knock knees, I think, when she was at Tested Military Hospital, she said some 2 lady officers were standing behind her and they were talking about the knock knees. And it's like they were not going to select her. She called me. I have been mentioning a certain officer's name, KANTA. KANTA was once a paymaster, my boss, when he was a cashier, Ghana Armed Forces cashier. I worked with him. We were so close. He left the pay service and went to PA, Personnel Administration, where they recruit soldiers and then take care of these military cadets. And he was with them at S7 that time. She mentioned it, that there's a soldier there with the name tag, Damwa. And I said, talk to him. Tell him that you are W. Antonio's daughter. She spoke to him and she asked her, come and stand there. Join these people tomorrow. Go to Bemakam for your exams. So she wrote the exam. She passed and they went for medical exams. She got to a point when they got to the dental. She called me and said there were 2 doctors in the room. One, after examining her teeth, said she should go around to the other departments and come back. And then it's like her teeth was crowded and they wouldn't be able to, take her. Unfortunately, is it braces? I did one for her when she was at Nungwa Secondary School. I think she wasn't feeling comfortable with it because you cannot eat meat and that kind of thing. She threw it away.
I didn't throw it away.
Oh,
it got missing.
How can that thing get out from your mouth and get missing?
I removed it and I put it somewhere.
Oh, now you needed it. You see, you needed it. It could have corrected that thing for you. Now, so she suggested to the doctor, oh, can't I be taking it then I'll go in for it? They said even it was going to cost her so much. Is it 20-something thousand? And even still, this Colonel Damwa did his best. I told him, he went to see the doctors. He told me the doctors drew some diagram on a paper that in fact, the way the teeth is, in fact, if it were to be other rank, that is those that start from the scratch. But commissioning, if they see that kind of thing, they'll be in trouble. And so she missed that one. She was determined to be in the security services. She wanted to go to immigration. It didn't work. Customs, it didn't work. So she gave up. So when she started this, I realized that that's her passion. And so, and I realized that it was God-given passion. And so she had it corrected, and she can now laugh without closing the mouth.
Before I only smile. Never see my teeth.
So how did Afi feel when she was disqualified because of her teeth?
I felt bad. I really felt bad. I'm like, but this shouldn't be the reason for, you know, not taking someone, and I can correct it whilst I'm in the army, whilst I'm being trained. So when I asked him that, can't I be in the army whilst I'm correcting it, he said no, I have to go and correct it and reapply. I'm like, wow, just my teeth. And it wasn't that bad though. It wasn't that bad. It was like some are in and some are out. Yeah, it was zigzag kind of. It wasn't that bad. So I'm like, so then when I went to Kolebu, amazingly, the doctor that failed me was understudying the doctor who was going to work on my teeth. Can you imagine? So when I went there, I saw Dr. Salifu. He said, Dr. Salifu, do you remember me? Oh, no. I said, I'm the lady you failed during the army. Yes. Hey, so you still want to be an officer, eh? Oh, okay. So they started calling me young officer when I go there. I'm like, yeah, so I'm coming to correct it. But when I was done, I didn't feel like going back again. I'm like, the spirit of being in the army just left me, so I just forgot about it. But I think every stage in life prepares you for the next, because if I hadn't corrected it because of this issue, I wouldn't be in front of camera. I can't be on TV and do all that I do now, being a photo model and all that. So it kind of propelled me to my next level.
Yes, the desire to become an army officer died, but her new desire to help people has kept her going.
So because I had already started this before I registered my foundation, it made it very easier for people to trust me, because anything I say I'm going to do, I make sure I do it, and I account back to them. Whatever monies I take, I let them know the monies I've received and all that I've done with the money. So most of them reach out to me through my Facebook, or someone will tell them, oh, I know this lady, Afi Antonio, she helps people, so contact her if you need someone to raise funds for you, for all. So that's how I get to meet the people. I don't go searching for them. Currently, I've done a lot of projects. Sometimes I forget some of the projects that I've worked on. So Afi Antonio Foundation, the main focus is women empowerment, education, and health.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Through the Afi Antonio Foundation, she has raised funds for children suffering from hydrocephalus, women with fibroid, and individuals seeking to start businesses to take care of their families, among others. She shares a few of the projects she has undertaken.
The Blue Eyes Girl, the little girl called Chota with Waardenburg syndrome. So her condition gives colored eyes and pigmentation of the skin and hearing impairments, like she can't hear and she can't talk. So the mom reached out to me and said she knows I help people, so if I could help raise funds for their daughter to send her to SA, because South Africa, the surgery can't be done here in Ghana. So I'm like, okay. The money needed then, I think it's 3 years ago, if I'm right, the money needed was $57,000. That was a lot of money. We were able to raise part of the money, and it took over a year to even do that. We raised part of the money, and we did the surgery for only 1 year. So we are hoping that we raise the rest of the money so that she go back to have the second year, the implant, and then have therapy over there. So now what we are doing to raise funds is we are no more begging people for money. She's now a model. I've trained her to be a model, a photo model. So this year she turned 5 years. We had a photo shoot and we adored her as a photo model. So anyone who sells kids, clothing, shoes, whatever, you can use her to advertise your product and pay something small, and that money will go, we'll save that money, which will be used for her second cochlear implant surgery in South Africa. There's a little girl called Perpetual, whose father, someone told me about the father. The father was on a program on GH1. They were celebrating mothers, and he was celebrated as well because he's taking care of her daughter, who is 9 years, physically challenged. Her legs couldn't form very well because the mom tried aborting her, but the abortion didn't work and it affected the legs. So she crawls on the floor. And because of that, the man is unable to work. Like, he does just small works around his area, and he was living in someone's uncompleted garage, and the person was taking it back because the person said he wanted to continue the building, so they had to move. And the unfortunate bit was that the woman left the marriage. She said the man couldn't take care of her, so she left and left the child with the man. So the man had to be the one taking care of the child. He will carry her to school, and when they close, he'll go and carry her back. So because of that, he's unable to work to earn money and all that. So I decided to help them. They needed a place to stay. We found one uncompleted building B like that, and we needed to complete it for him. So I raised funds and we completed the house. Just recently they had lights because I had to pay for their meter. It took almost like over 5 months for the meter to be installed after paying. So he said anytime they put the lights on, they remember like all the good things I've done for them.
Some beneficiaries of the Afi Antonio Foundation had this to say.
I've been working with Afi since 2018. So I think it's, I think the first time we started formally working together was 2018, but we've been together, we've known each other quite some time now for over 20 years. So it's not like it's just business. It's more or less like family friendship. And that's how come we've been together for all this while. Afi is a good person, I would say. She's like a sister to me, and then she's somebody with a drive. That's what I would say, because I don't know what pushes her. I feel I'm a strong woman, but what she does, it takes drive. If not, I don't know how she's been able to do this all this long. She keeps pushing, even though things are hard. She keeps pushing, and I always like, I feel umbrella, because when I confronted her with my daughter's issue, she said, "Why not? We'll do it." It got to a time I felt that it was just too much asking people for help. It was too much asking people for help, but she kept saying that, "No, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it." So I think she needs a lot of help.
Afi, she has been helping my daughter, a lot. My daughter Nanaya and the other girls. Afi has been done a lot for them. Actually, I know Afi. I think I saw a picture on Facebook. That was 4 years ago. With Nanaya and her mom. So I contacted the photographer, and he gave me Afi's number. Yeah. So I chatted with Afi and I told her that I want Yakoba to take part. And she said, okay, that was how the whole thing started. And she's like a sister to me. Afi, she's so good. To me and my daughter. So now she's even part of the family. Yeah. Afi is now part of my family now. But I really love her like my sister.
Afi has also been working with children with autism, setting some of them up in modeling.
I didn't set out to, do anything on autism. It just happened along the way. A mother posted a photo of her daughter on Facebook saying that she needs someone to help her to be a model. She needs someone to help her to be a model. So someone commented with my name because the person knows I'm a model. I saw the post and I said, okay, what can I do to help this girl? I had then booked a photo shoot session with Kweku David. So I quickly called Kweku David and asked him if he was okay for me to bring the girl along for my photo shoot. He said, oh yeah, he doesn't mind. So we took the photos, it went viral. Other mothers saw it and they also started contacting me that they want their children to be models just like Nanaya. So that's how it all started. And then BBC saw the photos. They didn't believe that these girls had autism because the way they are able to pose and all that, they were surprised. So they contacted me, they came down, filmed our photo session, how I'm able to direct them to pose and all that. So yeah, as I'm talking now, DWTV has also, contacted me. They are filming some of my models. They want to do a little story on them as well.
The Afi Antonio Foundation is hoping to hold the first edition of Mr. and Miss Autism in a few months, but that hasn't been easy. She recalls how a hotel manager asked for sex when she went to seek sponsorship for the project.
You won't believe that I went to one hotel. I'm searching for a venue for the event. And there's this one hotel, I won't mention the name of the hotel. I sent a proposal I went there to do a follow-up. The marketing manager was able to ask for sex, just because I need your venue. At the end of the day, I'm going to promote your place for you in return. And you want to sleep with me too, like seriously. Sometimes these things happen and you sit and you ask yourself, like, you don't get it. Look, so yesterday a friend called me and he was like, you don't look cheerful. And I'm like, Charlie, I'm down. It's been difficult finding sponsors for the autism Mr. and Miss Autism Ghana. So he asked me to send my proposal and the budget so he will see if he can talk to some people. So I've had a lot of lows, but at the end of the day, I keep encouraging myself.
She also recounts how a member of parliament also tried to prevent her team from donating some lumps to children in his constituency.
There was this time we were going to one particular constituency, and I managed MP in that constituency. I booked an appointment to go and see him at Parliament House. I went there, I told him what we are doing and if he would want to support, because we were going to his constituency. And he was like, well, if he has anything for his people, he will go and give it to them himself. He doesn't see why he should give it to a third person or a second person. And I'm like, oh, Honorable, maybe you've not thought of this. We are already doing this, so why don't you just let us do it? We'll tell them it's from you. He still insisted that he would do that if he wants to himself and he wouldn't use any other person. I'm like, okay. So what he actually told me is the trick here. He told me that with his constituency, they've started erecting poles. So he's sure in the next 3 years, his people will have light. But there's this village behind his constituency. He doesn't know when they will have light. So we should rather send it there. And he gave me 40 cedis for my transportation. Anytime I remember that encounter, I'm like, wow, it's very heartbreaking for an MP to say that, like, I'm going to help your people. and I just need your support, just something small, and this is what you tell me, that I should go and give it to someone else, but we still went to his constituency, because that was they had reached out to us that they needed the lamps, and we had already gone there to do our research, and they knew we were coming, so we couldn't give it to any other person.
Sometimes the people she helps tend to stab her in the back, and this discourages her from continuing her good works.
If I tell you what Perpetual's father did, you'll be surprised. He went on Kofi TV without telling me, and this is someone I'm already, and if I'm helping you, I make sure I help you for a very long time. Like I just don't do it one time and I leave you. So Perpetual and the father has been with me over 2 years that I've been helping gradually, because finishing a building is not that easy. We do it in bits, and when they need some money, the father will call me, oh auntie, today then I'll send them something small. Sometimes me myself, I don't have money, but I'll try and send 50 cedis, 100 cedis. So he calls once in a while. So I was there and someone called me that I should watch, I should go on Facebook, Kofi TV. Is that not Perpetual's father on Kofi TV? I'm like, wow. I went and I was watching it. And the part that killed me was that, oh, sister be a friend of fee, wa boy and pa, baby will be a nyamishano, or not to cement mine. That was all he said about me. And I'm like, who is Afi? Like, at least even if you say, oh, Afi Antonio Foundation has been holding us down till now, that is even okay. You don't need to mention all that we've done. But if you say Afi, who is Afi? Like, and they put his number out there for people to send him money. So you see, after watching that, I called him and I'm like, so Mr. Saba, why did you do that? I don't have a problem you trying to find extra help. I don't have a problem with that. So you live all the way at Wager, somewhere in Wager, and I don't have a car. You came to my house, people came to my house, Boche, I will do to Wager almost every week or something, just to help you people for over 2 years, and this is how you want to pay me back. Like, so I told him, okay, I hope that the help he needs from Kofi TV, he's gotten it, and I can't continue their project because he can't come back to me because he's already gone back to another person, and we are all using social media. So imagine people who know that I've been helping you and now you are on Kofi TV, then you come back to me again. Even what you said that I did for you, people will think that the monies I took to help you, maybe I've squandered the money.
Afi had these words for persons seeking to go into charitable works.
Whether it's worth it or not depends on the individual, the mind you have behind what you are doing. If you are going in just because maybe it's you want to be famous with what you are doing, or you want to make some quick money out of it and all that, that's the wrong way to go about it. But with me, when it comes to me, it has to do with the passion that I have of helping people. I love to see people happy. You know, sometimes someone needs just one CD, and you've changed the person's world. And looking at me, one CD is nothing to me. Excuse me to say, one CD, I don't see it as anything. But if you are able to, I'm able to give just one CD for someone and the person's life changes, and you know, the way the person is happy, I don't know how to express it, you know, the person will bless you, like, oh, God bless you. And in my head, I'm like, this is nothing. What is one CD? I don't see it as like my bibia, but the way the person will call you, thank you for what you did for me, God bless you. See, and I think the God bless you takes me out of a lot of things, I can say that. So for me, it's not about making anything out of it, but the fact that I'm able to touch lives. When I'm gone, let's say tomorrow I'm no more, what will people say about me? What I have to tell people, you know, sometimes the people you even help will stab you at the back. And if you are not doing because of the passion and because of God, and you are looking at what human being will say or do to you, you will stop at a point. You know, my autism models, some of the parents are saying I'm using them to make money for myself. and they are also saying that I'm using them for fame. So because of that, I've stopped working with some of them because of what their parents are saying. And their parents are now managing them and all. And so what I have to say to anyone who wants to toe this line is, it's not easy. If you don't have the passion, you don't have the passion for what you are doing, I'm telling you, some of these things will break you and you stop at a point.
Afi Antonio, founder of the Afi Antonio Foundation story, brings us to the end of this week's edition of The Untold right here on GhanaWeb TV. If you want to support Afi Antonio in all that she's doing, link up with her on social media. On all social media platforms is at Afi Antonio. We trust that you've been inspired like we always do on this show, and we hope that you join us again another time. Do remember to join us on all social media sites at The GhanaWeb, and visit us on www.ghanaweb.com for all news on entertainment, business, what have you. Stay glued to our YouTube channel for more content. My name, as always, is Eche Atisu.
Spider, the spider never been say. We are to see we are to know what someone will be one spider.
2 years and the pieces, and I go 300 pieces. I do 2 years, 7 Ghana, 8 Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been saying, Oshe and Omboy, on say, you also. Omboy, you say one district, one dam, one factory, a beer company. And Umabam for Swami.
Oh, business with their call. A guy in Tinama start to me.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Na-Akle Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. It took some time for healing, but now I'm good. Completely by God's grace. Okay. 98% excellent.
Okay, so grace. Say in 2019 you couldn't you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was broken. So it was in a sling and a POP in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves. Okay. But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this. Okay. But I I mean, I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So like 80%, you're okay.
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to like do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We're on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So, I mean, it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove like almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho. And then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 1st surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 1st surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. 2019 was just like, it happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House, where we did an x-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to find ways and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was the 6th surgery.
That was the 6th surgery on my body and the 4th surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church, then Redeemed Baptist Church, from my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because
I can imagine.
Yeah, walking one day in your heels, you know, feeling all awesome. The wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very, I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine. Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake, you mentioned that the driver, was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So he was very tired from the previous night. But he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, you know, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights, so it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been woken up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And if probably I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying? It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, and I was like, so I was trying to like understand what was happening.
Figure out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me, because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then I see if it wasn't enough, the battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped, 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some courage. He gathered some courage.
Gathered some courage. And then came, like, the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to Who
got to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was, my left thigh was broken, because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. It kind of about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing, as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
and they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured.
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
Yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm?
Yes, in my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like, just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation, and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast, or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
And, so if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. If it's something, even with washing of bowls, you see when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
anything that stresses your
so he has to help me, and then he helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come, and then he does it. For washing, for washing too, I have help in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash. Yeah.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg, the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Can't go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Not talking about injury. And so, like, every day people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question, because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as in those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. The taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our driver was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like, even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not just about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Akle Planche has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Akle Planche. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier by using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Go up spider. The spider never been say. We have to see we have to know what someone will be doing a spider.
To hear best in the pieces, and I go train the pieces. I do Antina say 7 Ghana state and Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been say Ocean on boy. I say you may also. Tom Buen, you say one district, one dam, one factory, a beer company. And home for Swami in
oh, business with their call. The guy in Tinama start to me.
It's the end of another business week, and as usual, we come your way again with an exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we chronicle trending business headlines as well as an engaging interview with an entrepreneur. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Let's settle for the details. Now, Ghanaian moms can heave a sigh of relief because it's a go-to platform where they can share the experiences, journeys, and challenges with motherhood. I'm talking about the Talkative Mom app, which has all the resources to help build the mother and child relationship. My colleague Mauli Ahlomega has the full story.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today my guest will be the founder of a digital platform, and this platform is helping women with resources as they journey on in their motherhood. I'll be speaking to Enu Kwegrin, and she's the founder of the Talkative Moms app, and we'll be talking all things Talkative Moms. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. And so welcome back. We'll be delving right straight into the conversation with the founder of the Talkative Mom app, Enu Kwegrin. Hi.
Hi, Mauli.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Thank you very much for welcoming us.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So let's get straight into it. What is the Talkative Mom app?
All right, so essentially Talkative Mom app is a parenting platform. So it was built for the Ghanaian parents. Eventually we would like to expand into Africa, but now that we started, it's mainly for Ghanaians. Okay. And it's supposed to be a one-stop shop where you find everything and anything you would need on your journey. Okay. So if you have some questions, you can enter it into Mom Plug, which is the first feature. Okay, because the app has 4 features. The first feature is Mom Plug. Okay. Mom Plug is where you can enter questions like home remedies for my infant's cold, and then you get your answers. Or your baby is starting solids, you want some answers, you get them. And then that brings us to the second feature, which is the marketplace. So I decided, why would we stop at just answering questions? Why don't we recommend credible vendors who you can buy from directly from the app? So that's how marketplace came about. So let's say you want some what's it called, products, and let's say you're looking for Tom Brown. You want a credible Tom Brown vendor. You would find that in the marketplace. Okay. Then the third feature is the blog. So that's actually how everything started. It started with a blog. So the blog has my blog posts, but the other benefit is blog posts from experts. So you get pediatricians blogging, gynecologists, speech and language therapists, clinical psychologists. We have a host of experts on there sharing blog posts to educate people. And then the last bit is the listings. So the listings came about because I noticed that a lot of people didn't know where to start from when their children want to start school. So I said, okay, let me list all the good schools that I know, with their fees, with information on them, the location, and you can click on it directly from the app and it will take you there. You can also call directly from the app. Restaurants, hospitals, pediatricians, all of them are in listings. So it's just a one-stop shop where you can find everything you need. Yeah.
Speaking of one-stop shop, was there a specific inspiration? Because you started from a blog all back in 2017.
Yes.
Was there something very specific that inspired you to develop this?
Yeah. So I noticed that every woman that gets pregnant in Ghana, at least most women, they download a pregnancy tracker or an app that will guide them throughout their journey. And there was none like that in Ghana, which was incredible. It's been so long. We're in 2020 and we still had no parenting app in Ghana. And since this was already something I was in and I love to share information and resources, I decided, why don't we evolve into an app where you can get everything you need? Because I felt that the blog was limiting. All I was doing was sharing information. Why don't we take it to the next step by having people find resources that they need and calling from the app, finding the location on the app. These are things that mothers used to send to me. And another thing was that back to the questions I was getting, I was getting a lot of DMs like, oh, where did you buy this from? Or, where did you get that from? And I said, why don't we put everything on this app so that I don't have to do the manual work of always answering the questions. You just get all your answers there, and that way I can scale. So that's really how it started. Yeah.
So now let's get right into the app. Was the app developed in Ghana by yourself, or you had a team of people that helped you to do this?
So the app, fortunately for me, the app was developed by my husband.
Wow.
Yes.
That's quite interesting.
Yes. So he is like a tech guru. Let me praise him.
Okay.
So he's a tech guy. I told him about my idea and he was like, are you sure anyone actually needs this? And I had to show him figures. I had to show him how my platform on Instagram was growing. I had to show him the kind of questions I was getting. I realized there is a gap here and I feel we can fill it.
Okay.
So if we don't do it, someone else will. So why don't we just start it, And because I had sort of become like a trusted platform where people would get answers to their questions, I said, let me be the one to do this, and then hopefully we can grow from there as a country. So my husband decided, okay, I'll build it for you. He has a team actually, so it's actually a team of 3.
Okay.
Right now, funny enough, he's gotten too busy. Yeah, because he has a full-time job.
Okay.
So now it's the team. So we have a developer and a design guy who are currently working on an app. And one thing about apps is that that every time it's being updated. So we are working on the phase 2, which will be launching, I'm sure, in a few days actually. Yeah, so it's a Ghanaian-owned app.
Did you do any survey before you went to him? And how did he take it initially that you want to develop such an app?
Yeah, so my background is marketing, okay. And so for me, how I knew this could turn into a business was because already my blog, I had added another feature to it, which was a shop.
Okay.
So people were already buying from me, the demand was there. And so I had to show him figures. And he would see the number of orders I was getting. And I said, why stop here? Why not collaborate with all the vendors that I know? And funny enough, the vendors on the app are people I know personally or I've worked with.
Wow.
So I decided, okay, I would show him the figures. Another thing I did was I do a lot of giveaways on my page.
Okay.
And businesses, the last time I did a giveaway, which was Christmas, I had 30-something businesses who were reaching out. Actually, it was over, but I had to actually stop it because the demand was so I knew that businesses trusted me. I knew people trusted my opinion. And so seeing all that, he was like, you know what, let's go ahead, let's do this since it's something you really want. So yeah, right now as we speak, I have 130 plus businesses on there and counting, because there are still more people that we have to verify, because I have to make sure that we don't have scammers on the app and people can get value for their money.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
Humor, we've got you covered.
Me from TV3 incident to GC. Me na me face a plan. Me who say a big. Me who say as I'm planning. Because I say a back from my TV3 by ya boom. Yeah. Now you YouTube you see me patch. Oh patch say.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Obviously, you have some challenges. What are some challenges that you've had so far since this app has been rolled out?
Okay, so the thing about Ghanaians is that people want that that personal touch. Okay. So going on a website or going on an app, buying, not being able to ask the questions they want before purchasing, they want to be able to make sure that they are talking to the person they are buying from. They can ask questions like, hey, this color, is this going to come exactly like the picture shown, things like that, even if it's there. So what I decided to do was, on the app there's no payment platform. So what happens is that when people buy selected products and they are checking out, they fill in their details and then it sends a message straight to the vendor. Now you are able to talk to the vendor before making payments, since that's what people want. And so, these were some of the things that I had to address on the app. And then, just getting people to download, because again, technology in Ghana, it's there, but we are still a little bit behind. And so, that was one of the things. But slowly but surely, it's growing. Yeah.
So on the downloads, how many people have downloaded this app? And what's the feedback and then the engagements like? How's the entire app looking like right now? Okay, so right now we have definitely 2,000 plus, because we started with almost 2,000 and something downloads. Okay. And the feedback has been great. You would even see reviews on the App Store, because it's on iOS and Android. So when you go, you'll be able to read reviews even before you download the app. And there's a lot of engagement, because on the listings feature, you get to rate and review any facility. So if it's a hospital and you had a bad experience, you can review, you can leave a comment. So people have done that, and that has guided other people to select this hospital or select this pediatrician, that sort of thing. So I've seen that even with the blog posts as well, people are enjoying the blog posts, because I'm getting that sort of feedback, and people are purchasing products on the app. So slowly we are picking. It's doing well. So I realized you ranked number 2 on the app brain in 24 hours of your launch. How did that make you feel, and especially for a Ghanaian company? I was over the moon. I had no idea it could even happen. Even my husband, who's a tech person, was shocked. Because we were in the top 100 apps that had been downloaded. We were above what's this dating app? I've forgotten the name. Sorry, I've forgotten. But we're above that dating app, and we were number 2 in the US and the UK parenting apps. So it was an honor to experience that. It was exciting. So I'm sure every app comes with its own security and all of that. How safe is this app, and how assured that people can use this app without their data or nothing stolen or? Okay, so we have terms and conditions that you would have to read through before you even sign up on the app. And in the terms and conditions, you see all that we've put in place to protect your data. Secondly, like I mentioned, with regards to vendors, we vet them before we accept them. These are vendors that I said I already know, I've worked with, I've bought things from, I trust them. So you know that you are safe.
thirdly, we don't have a payment platform on the app, and so your card details are not taking. These are all things that would eventually add to the app, but for now, this isn't part of it. So for now, everything is secure, and definitely in the future, it will continue to be secure because we are serious about it, about growing it. Yeah.
You mentioned the phase 2. What's your intended? How's the phase 2 going to look like, and what's your intended target in terms of engagement for the app? Okay,
so the phase 2 is going to have exciting features like people being able to comment on blog posts. For now, that is not available. So you can comment, you can like, you can also, vendors can also run a sale. So we're going to be running a lot of going to run sales in May for Mother's Day. So you can get things half off, 10% off, 20% off, things like that. And larger businesses can partner with us and run ads on the first page of the app. So there's a lot that is in store. We are hoping to add things like post notifications and people being able to, right now we've connected the map to Google, but we want to be able to do it in such a way that you don't leave the app ever. So everything is done directly in the app, and eventually expand into larger markets like other African countries like Nigeria and all those places. So that's our goal. Yeah.
Any final words for us on the Talkative Mom?
So all I'll say is go download the Talkative Mom app on Android and iOS. It's very easy to use. You get all the information. It's free. There's been nothing like this out there. You get expert advice, and basically your journey is going to be super easy. That's what I would have wanted back then, and so we decided to build something like that for the Ghanaian parents. And so parenting never got even more easier than this, so please go download. That's it. Yeah.
All right, so go and download the Talkative Mom app right there. I've been speaking to Eno Quigrin. She's the founder of the Talkative Mom app, and we've been talking all things that help women to journey on in their motherhood. My name is Malia Holomeka, and this is this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
That's really an amazing app there. We are going straight to our tech segment to engage our tech enthusiast, Jefferson, for him to help us with some cool tools that will help us navigate this tech world.
Hi, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This week on TechBits, we're going to continue with our iPhone series. We continue with looking for simple things to do with our iPhone. Like I mentioned last week, we're always thinking about just making phone calls and sending messages. But there's quite a lot that the iPhone can offer that we haven't considered yet. This series is going to point out things that we haven't noticed yet and things that we can use it for. So let's get on to this episode. So we're back on an iPhone. And what I want us to learn today is how to take a screenshot. Now, normally when you're taking a screenshot on your devices, you just press your lock button and your volume up. But sometimes it can seem a bit difficult. An easier way is to tap the back. Now, you can easily do that from your settings. So we can just go straight to our settings. Okay, and we scroll all the way down to accessibility. And we scroll all the way down to touch. And in under touch, we scroll all the way down to back tap. Double or triple tap at the back of your iPhone to perform multiple actions. So at the back here, you can say double tap, and you can choose whichever option that you want. So you can say, okay, now I want to double tap to call for Siri, double tap to take a screenshot, double tap to even volume up and volume down. You can even double tap to shake, double tap to just mute. If you're in a meeting and you want to lock your phone on that, you can just go lock screen by double tapping, or just screenshot for what we are trying to achieve. So screenshot and double tap. So that's it. There's even a triple tap if you want to lock your screen. So it's a whole lot of options that you can do. That's settings, accessibility, touch, and back tap. All right, so that's it. So, I hope you found that useful. I hope you found something more than just another phone. because an iPhone has quite a lot that it offers, making money worthwhile. So I would encourage everyone to give it a try and let's see how it goes. That's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Now let's kickstart the trending business stories for the week. We start with the story of the GIPs, where the government of Ghana has assured that the $2.7 billion investment inflows reported by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the GIPC, for the year 2020 will be put to good use. Addressing the press in Accra, Minister of Information Kojo Oponkroma said the said amount will bolster the Ghanaian economy.
The key thing that the GIPC is at this stage leading government to do is to ensure that all of these investments, in terms of their equity compositions and then their logistics compositions, are onboarded fully so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them can be fully realized by the Ghanaian people. So, for example, it's estimated that a total of 27,000 jobs expected to be generated from the 279 projects, with operations at full capacity. About 22,000 of those jobs are expected to be for Ghanaians, while about 1,064 of those jobs, that's just about 5%, expected to be taken up by expatriates or non-Ghanaians. And these investments were mostly coming from China, about 751 million, the UK, about 240 million, South Africa, about another 240 million, Australia, another 240 million, Netherlands, 238 million US dollars thereabout. So what the GIPC is doing at this stage is to ensure that all of these investments are fully realized on the ground so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them are occasioned. And we think it's important that we update the Ghanaian public on all of them.
Now let's move to some power stories, because GRICO says Greater Accra alone consumes 25% of the total power generated in the country. This was made known to the media during a tour by the GRICO boss, Jonathan Amoakoba, at the Pokwasi BPS. Addressing the media on that particular day, Mr. Amoakoba said Accra consumes most of the power generated in the country, hence the building of the Pokwasi BPS is a step in the right direction.
There was the need to build this box supply point. And when the MEDA compact started, they were very generous to us, and they decided to help us to build this box supply point, which is the fourth, but in actual fact, the fifth that we are building, to take some of the load from all the other box supply points, because Accra is going. The substations in Accra do not supply only Accra per se. They supply all the way to Akropong, all the way to Nsawam, to Weja, Kaswa, and the rest. So that is why we are having this, in order to take some of the load from the existing box supply points. So now Accra alone would have about 5 box supply points. As I said, when I joined in 1987, the total load was about 100 megawatts. But as we speak now, the load is in excess of 800 megawatts, which is more than a quarter of what is generated for the whole of Ghana. Accra alone is consuming more than 25% of the load that is being, of the energy that is being generated for the whole of Ghana.
Let's do some cocoa boat story, because over the week there is some fears being allayed because China has started exporting cocoa beans. But the Ghana Cocoa Board has expressed worry over reports of China's resolve to produce and export cocoa beans. The industrial Asian nation is reported to have produced its first batch of cocoa beans in the town of Zinglong in South China, and according to reports, subsequently exported to Belgium, weighing 500 kg and worth about $3,600. But the public affairs manager for the Ghana Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, in an interaction with City Business News monitored by GhanaWeb, described the development as rather worrying for the future of Ghana's cocoa industry. He continued, The concerns has to do with the fact that would China be able to produce in large quantities and be commercially viable? I ask because if you look at the production in general, it grows in places where you have, for example, between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south of the equator, where the climate temperatures ranges between 18 to 32 degrees Celsius, with rainfall of about 1,500 millimeters to about 2,000 mm. China and the specific place we are talking about does not have that geographical location, the Cocoa Board Public Affairs Manager added. Meanwhile, Ghana and Ivory Coast account for almost 70% of global supply for cocoa beans. Now, let's do some Airtel to-go story because government has finally acquired all the shares in Airtel to-go for $1. That's according to the Communication and Digitalization Minister, Esla Owusu Ekufu. According to her, the current state of the company and the circumstances under which the shareholders decided to exit the market led to the acquisition of the company at the said amount. The move is to offer the government, the new shareholders, some financial space to reinvest into the company to bring it out of the challenges it is bedeviled with. In addition to this, government has renegotiated many of the loan facilities the company had entered into and been able to achieve a high level of debt forgiveness. To further better the balance sheet of the company, the former shareholders and government agreed to equally share a $100 million facility acquired for Standard Bank. The facility remains one of the largest debts of the company's books. According to the minister in charge, she said, "We work closely with the Ministry of Finance in all the negotiations. So far, they understand what it entails now. The shareholders of Airtel to-go are not passing the shareholder loans which they've advanced to the company. That's one of the main items hurting the balance sheet of the company. 100% of all loans have been forgiven, more or less. They are not seeking repayment of those loans." Those are the words of Esla Owusu. Now, there's some great news for the SME sector because the Bank of Ghana said it has tagged along with the Singaporean government to roll out, to adopt business borders aimed at helping SMEs leverage technology. This was said by the first Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Maxwell Opoku, whilst he was addressing the press at the launch of the 5th Ghana CEO Summit. According to the Deputy Governor, measures are being worked out to accelerate the digital transformation and oversee expansion of local SMEs.
I must say that the bank is aware of the importance of businesses, particularly SMEs, in the Ghanaian economy and is working with the Monetary Authority of Singapore on a business sans borders project to enable SMEs in Ghana leverage digital technology to improve on their businesses as well as give them access to explore global market opportunities. In conclusion, I would like to assure CEOs that Bank of Ghana is very much aware of the changing times in our business environment and is continuing to monitor the evolution of new trends and will put in policy measures to ensure that we align with these new trends. We stand ready to continue to provide and build upon the requisite infrastructure needed for development and ensure smooth business operation, and we will make sure the policy environment for businesses is enhanced and fine-tuned in a post-COVID environment.
GRA is ready to automate its revenue collection online. It has served notice of ceasing the acceptance of personal and corporate checks to payment of taxes and custom duties effective June 1, 2021. According to the GRA, in circumstances where it's necessary for checks to be issued for payment spread over a number of months, such checks must be supported by a bank guarantee. The statement signed by the Commissioner General of the GRA, Amishadai Owusu-Ansah, said effective July 1, 2020, all payments for taxes and duties shall be made directly to GRA accounts with the various banks through the various means such as cash, bank draft, bank transfer, ACH, SWIFT, cards, Momo, and other electronic means. So a very final story. Well, despite coronavirus surging on, there's quite an impressive news for Ghana in terms of growth of the economy. The Ghanaian economy expanded slightly by 0.4% in the year 2021. The economy contracted in the second and third quarters of 2020 by 3.2% and 1.1% respectively, following an expansion of 4.9% in the first quarter due to the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the provisional results figures, the agri sector drove the annual GDP with a growth rate of 7.4%, while the service sector recorded a positive growth of 1.5%. Industry contracted at a rate of 3.6%. For the agriculture sector, the fishing sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year growth rate of 14.4%, while the forestry and logging sub-sectors recorded the lowest with a contraction of 9.2%. The information and communications sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year GDP growth rate of 22.5% in the service sector, while the hotel and restaurant activities subsector recorded the lowest with a concentration of 34.8%. With regards to the industry, the electricity subsector recorded the highest year-on-year annual GDP growth rate of 7.9% for 2020, whilst the mining and quarrying subsector recorded the lowest with a contraction of 11.0%. That's it for today's edition of Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I hope you enjoyed today's program. But for more news, head on to www.ghanaweb.com. You can also get interactive with us on social media, being Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter. Our handle is The GhanaWeb. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, The GhanaWeb TV. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Thank you so much for watching.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my bra. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Go spider, the spider never been say. We have to see no one will be one spider.
2 years and the pieces, and I go 300 pieces. I do 2 years, 7 Ghana skate and Ghana.
In my life, I want to do something better for myself. It's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Yes, I've been saying, Ocean on boy. I say, you may also. Tom Gwen, you say one district, one dam, one factory, a beer company. And home for some in.
Oh, business with their call a guy in UNOWAS to me.
I'm proud to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, my message to Ghanaians is to be very cautious whenever you are sitting in a vehicle. When a driver is not doing the right thing, tell him that, hey driver, you are not doing good. If he's overspeeding, tell him, driver, stop the overspeeding. If he did not park well, tell him, driver, did not park well. Life precious. Do the right thing, save a life.
We are here in the heart of Accra, specifically at KANTA. And our guests today on the show are the KANTA designers. Well, that's what they call themselves. A group of young, hard-working men whose hustle is to recycle second-hand clothing by making beautiful designs on them. They take their turn on this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihagan. Welcome aboard. we have two gentlemen doing the same business. Let's just get into the conversation. Boss, good morning.
Morning.
It's saying.
You're
saying.
From Malik.
Hanaute.
If we be baby,
into power coin fan.
The point me day inside. But I say me fee a company. Never.
Hana wono. How many years and a month now?
Me buy me yes I said Monday. I'm sure said more. I'm say 5 months. By me buy see me back 8 years.
Into back no. Before I be share sa design way as say no. Now we are then.
I'm like Musuya driving. Musuya driving.
Now you're driving.
But I say you're driving now. So license now don't know. Now maybe you was Musuya was kakra.
School venture.
You go school takra.
Into see a design in those.
David Musuya you know by me design one design on me. But I'm buy say na madam for your designs. No change more design.
But then the man will choose said obey start here as a business way.
Who say Italiano we are here coffee. Na man for me here me team go am ya na machine bi na machine nike. Because we are F and person who say I know we are F na me ask them be design me.
It's more friend is saying
tie and die.
Okay. Na more yan is saying.
Okay. Who say top no white. Nti your design open. If you open tiger a spider. Nti spider never bu ni say. Na we have to need we have to know what someone will be one a spider. Na we also open rainbow color. Want you to finish here. By designs bebre o. Your designs na be open designs.
In Kofana or Mubetono, or Mona choosing designs and I'm one and
we or the banana choosing design. We also any design more feminine. Our next time of the
in Kofa Ben's and a
okay. You were to 4 1 million Italian Bania Yamom.
Or more they plain shirts no
bounce a bit of the people happen.
Oh, okay.
To any papa could ya. Yamanwa, no, I mean,
okay. But and yes, one amuko a cotton shirt na ebe cotton.
We are yet to be cotton shirt. Yennis can be near a cotton shirt. Near baby near and see at to me.
Near a good hand, eh,
wait, or those 100. No man 100.
Okay.
By Boo, Yambo, by Yabu infants, 80 and 70.
Okay, to say no, or more the Brahma not mu design a beer, Namu de Moma, a henamuje.
Okay, yeah, do you want 5 cities?
For one
5 cities.
Okay.
Only a baby design I color in 5 cities.
But shirts no, one casamo koto market saying.
You got to shirt in market to 5 cities.
Okay.
Near Suya Beya. And if you to shirt no market near Beya, near Tonamo, and I turn 15 cities.
Apple me.
Yamadu.
But it's a winner, we are boss. When I training, now, we decided it's a business we start now there.
Oh, business lady, we took kind of guns and coffee beer. Intimate, no share, no me pick your monster. Intimate pick your monster, number I'm so more than 43 you are. I'm no danger, Bakuna Church and Bakuna, Babana and bad man. The man I'm so say international my own business be.
Oh, yes, he found now. Okay. Okay, keep quiet.
We do a festival now. I'm coming down for one. I'm sure you're more now. It's me bad. I'm say, or me international say, man. The cast I'm from down for say, it do no money free. No say, don't do it. Me are watching me. Don't know much on a clear. Nobody me call do run no. Then on go Casasa no see. I need to say, you been a top when near there. You know so. And no match them CBI there. You bono. No me start to match them designers be brave. And no match them CBI me say color we be say me di yellow. Nam da flap blue. No me nya green. Me nya green.
And one area with the colors ni frafra.
Me and I am the colors ni frafra me nya colors.
Now we nya different colors. Inti we will start here dabe.
Me starting chair. Ba me ya. Mo se me nya bebia me hatan wa so mo me adwuma okwan we no so. No ma be say no. Eno ase me adwuma 200 pieces on me say.
Why more?
Railways for no. On me say 200 pieces on me say ma atalen we ya dey atobu ni lu na be ja ko tobu. No asama 150 pieces.
Okay so o ma be say na
say me ye wi a no ma be do me say ma me ata o mo wa no so no ma be dey. O ma be kabum.
Na say omo se me hata wa bobo ni say was all pay baby fufu.
Me, I know ye ni baby aye no I say. Omo ba so e mom settlement baby mo ntia ase no wa.
Settlement here then.
To say mom muska 5 cedis and I say 10 cedis. Ba ebi mo ntia ase no wa be se no. Nti ande ni baby a e be no I say. Nti obi store ni na ma be sele a me ye wo say me ye 150 pieces no I say.
Ana che say ebi moje. We for no
ebi moje.
But say omoje a no che say enye ade papa no mo you because say almost say be say railway na say no say be asem
because mommy we no train na enye djuma biem ina we so moba no so ye moba no wo atatale no so pe wi an bo so awo bo se mama ya ata o moba no so kula
moba no so na rail ne so na mo
moba no so obetumi atu eni pa hwebo te kala sin pe bia ye moba no so na ata no ba mo se o mo te ase se ata no ba
na se o mo se o mo te ase a eno ani se mo pe drying line bia na bibi a mo be hata
me pacho ano so enya be bia be den ye be hata no ti me ba papa we na me na be kasa no ma wo kasa se me yo mo ba nti se nti o ma me hata no na so o mo ma me ndepe na me nya no me hata no ape ma me hata wa abi na msu yo ma nti o ma m kwan se me nye na me koto kala sa ma be me se am be start ejuma no
I see nti ejuma no o ya ehun on faso
won faso to mam 200 pieces a me we na me kita be 6 million
shirt nkwane ya mo
ya sai ni keska ba we no and one fani keska ba shirt nkwana me be da me be ye ni nyina fine
nkwana we
wo me so boy wa me ni ejuma ono ase mo so
boy you me wie a day 200
me to me wie me to me atana se no
ene obo ejuma pa
abobo no fine
enti ene say waton bibi
ende me ton hwe
afi na wo
afi be shase advance and measures here. Na top no so here na 100% ya, only 50% ya kala na emba kwa we say
100% 50%.
50% no the ya any to say top no we top na o sha. We say o hwe na much 50% on China. O the ya any into hwe na much 100% on China o the ya e be ya na kala no dugu so a e betumi show no a be hu say fe.
Ana che say fabric ni type ana okay.
And let just a colors in the bear about the topper and your cotton one or the ya or your pet any.
I have with me a customer of one of the guys who make these design shirts. Let's just speak to him. What's your name?
I'm Eric.
Okay. Eric, what do you do for a living?
Like me, I'm a foreigner. So like I don't have any job in Ghana here. This is my job. So like I used to go KANTA buy the top, plain white. So I would take the top to these guys. So whenever I reach there, any design I like, they do for me.
So you tell them the design to do?
Yeah. So like you see this one. If I need this kind of design, so I will say I need this kind of design.
How long have you been doing this for?
Like six months plus now.
And when did you come to Ghana? From which country?
I'm from Sierra Leone.
Okay. When did you come to Ghana?
2019.
2019. That's about 2.5 or 3 years now. Okay. And why did you come to Ghana?
Oh, like me, absolutely. In my life, I want to do something better for myself.
And that's why you came to Ghana?
Yeah, but like, it's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain. That's my target.
Okay.
But presently I'm here. I don't have a job, so this is my job I'm doing. So like I can get my transport.
You want to go to Spain for what?
Oh, here is Africa. You know, this time around, Africa is no good. Yeah. So like there is nothing like white man country. So if you are staying in white man country, like for now, example, I'm doing this kind of job. But like if I'm living in a white man country, I can't do this kind of job. Like
so what would you possibly be doing there?
Oh, absolutely. I was expecting that I'll be working on factory. So that would be better for me than selling all those things. Like,
but what were you doing in Sierra Leone before you came to Ghana?
I was a student.
You're a student?
Yeah.
What were you studying?
Absolutely. I'm an art student.
Art student,
yeah.
Okay. Since you started this, how profitable is it? Do you get a lot of money from it?
Just a little bit. It's not enough, but a little bit.
I share different colors.
Different colors.
Inti colors no. Yeah, money fihi.
colors in your cotton.
Motor name when he found.
Your ton wow, can she? But I don't say, and chose as in your own colors. The motor colors. Like colors on some wedding.
Eh, saying
20 Ghana. Bakua, I mean. Where yellow. Where 20 Ghana.
Where yellow. But say looking yellow.
By the good cinema. Rubber near from.
Okay.
Yet so color. Ebini.
Into she is your good.
Chance your namedy, a drew cacre guma, color a name.
Say never.
It's a year
only. Okay.
GD, a do cacre guma, Usia, Empa, because Usiswa, Manfa Omu, we are the in Chinusu, Nace in Chinusu, Semina Jane Edis. And Tana Emma, Tano, I met me down. We shall me down here, Miana me, Sama Shamadi.
Okay.
Miche, Miana, Miche, I check the Messia, or shall Miche and Messia, and my Shamadi. Yes, I been say, or Shane on Buen, on say, Yemne also. Tom Buen, we say one district, one dam here, we see, one man about quiet dozen.
Oh, Mamma would damn,
and one factory, ye beer company. And one for some in
I tell Mamma,
yes, Rabban said, on boy,
I'm fine design.
Design be all remain by a design be a.
You're dancing, Mamma, Unia Keswankasa. Let's say,
What I
also your design.
What I
The Bain now was starting.
Madam Pocha made him into me, starting and chair.
Now, Usia Fee, why ho?
What you may see from master, I have friend fresh.
Uncle school, dear.
What you may call school?
Mamma Quine.
What are they be?
Inside the night, no one school.
Pocha made me free of me was saying. See, now, Miss Casa, and my shortest cacca, interference and measures coming down.
Now, now they need scacca. Okay. Inti, a day, what's in your sense?
What your dear, once I will know your jiba could be 5 cities. It been more by 100 pieces, 200. But only 10, I don't know, normal bar. Until I near just entire my master or members coming down quarters so. Maybe out to mem 50 Ghana, 60 cities, maybe the quarters so.
Okay, so sure, it's my neighbor.
What time?
Okay. Alright, yeah, that's it. So those are the experiences of two people who live here somewhere in KANTA. This is what they do, and they get money out of it for their daily living.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. I just got myself a white plain t-shirt inside here at KANTA. I'm going to give it to the tie-dye designers to get myself a beautifully designed t-shirt. Come along. So I'm here to speak to another of these designers. They call themselves the KANTA designers, and I have my shirt with him. Bosu, I brought with you now. It's saying, you're saying, Ahana, we age my Hana would say. Now, what started business way? How long ago?
They say 4 months.
4 months. Now, then I was starting here.
They show phones.
It's one now starting.
Pachon.
The answer.
Pachon.
Okay. The white shirts, me person design mommy.
Over
je me say.
O mam can see that already.
So yes, mo designer am je fight designer.
Since we be an insane.
So, into wo dey ne 10 cedis. And then I want to me 10 cedis.
Say me boss, no say.
Oh your boss.
Say fresh sama.
Okay. So we are speaking to Babana. He will be designing my shirts for me while we have a conversation. It's a patch of a bit me and start. Into my shirts no. I don't know who answer now who started.
Since you know me the run a draw.
A draw answer.
I finished with that. So now we like what the sense in a way share. I'm not calling you free.
Oh, okay. Design now, baby. Your friend is saying.
Me spider.
Okay. Then I'll be do Kanta. Ufi na way.
From Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. Just all your Ghanaian.
You're Ghanaian, but I'm in Papa Côte d'Ivoire.
Ah.
I said Ghana life now because I'm machine and I'm chintina. The bar.
It's what you want and I see. It's a business now, you know. What the boy nana. And I'll go school. Go school. Where you school?
David.
One go school.
No school.
Echo see level 1.
Form 1.
SS1. And now JHS1. And now J. And then now J.
We didn't get cancer. I'm not born near the Kakra.
Until J. Answer now best starting way. Now we're there.
No, actually, maybe I'm with you.
Now we'll see. It's not on another show. Okay. It's your person design now, you know. Oh, you're not saying, oh, be anything. Oh, be to me, I'm saying.
Different styles, be brave. My person, me, we are.
Say no, I say Ochim. Okay, so whilst he does this, he's going to start designing my shirts for me, but he wants to. It's going to take a while, so we are going to leave him to do his thing. We'll be back to continue the conversation with him. But let's go to another of his colleagues and get him to share his experience and how business is going for him so far. So let's speak to this young man who's already designing one of such shirts. Your friend saying? Mustafa. So how long have you been doing this?
Like 5 months.
So you started in which month?
December when I started.
Is this where you stay?
Yeah.
This where you stay? This where you sleep?
I did a KANTA inside. The bed where I did.
Okay. And how long have you been staying here in KANTA?
Like 3 years.
3 years. Yeah. Where did you come from?
I come from Nkoko.
What were you doing at Nkoko before you came here?
At the time we were doing Nkoko, I was doing scraps at Nkoko, but I come across a change. I did do time that. It's a business when I was UNOWAS.
And then now Kasan Nkoko topa.
Oh, business with the call guy in UNOWAS start to me.
If you obi na chair we ya na one I was starting somewhere.
Obina na na mjina ni nchene msuya we kala na yo isu shede on e wonsu yusu de ba yo ni isu ni de isu shede o aye no
difference in
isu shede no wo mu no we center hono no omno kala no sianom de aye
na covid ba no we say 5 months ni affect your business.
Corona ni de and affect business no ekosu
na what on bibia yet.
Oh, my market and selling start for front.
There.
Oh, my tombe 50 pieces.
50 pieces. And you are showing.
Oh, score me.
So we are back. He's done with the first part of the shirt and he's designing the second one. Into shirt now you say no. Uton mama 10 cedis. Into you find say oh yeah be 20 ya. It means a day be away 200 cedis.
I borrow say go to me be 100 pieces. Maybe 300 pieces. I do am to me be say 700 Ghana na say 10 Ghana
a day. Na sikano dey. Because as I be show. Anna.
Yes, I'm not sure. Mama, me and Papa, me and me sure.
But say 800 cedis. Sika wo. Into what they then we save it now. We save it. Into say abe ahina we save. Cano pro.
They say like with them.
So say 4 months now starting. Into be ahina we save.
With them you say
2000. Why must I lay out more better? Shirts.
We don't be more to do, be more like Kobe Bless so bad. Be more cake.
Who own them corona who shirts around?
Feel good.
Feel good.
Feel the same so. Manje this I met my son, so me feel good.
So we've been speaking to Babana. He has just told us his story and how he's been going about his business for 4 months now. He says business is good, but sometimes, of course, it has its downsides. Babana, who will be able to echato?
I'm can't say I'm pay for. I'm going.
I'm going. Yeah, that's the answer on the answer. And so that's it. We wrap up. My shirt, beautifully designed. I'm still waiting for it to dry because if I wear it now, my dress will be a mess. But that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places. We came to the streets and we spoke to some of the boys here, the young boys who are, instead of whiling away time, using their time to design these beautiful clothes. They are making some money and that's how they are living, and they want people to help them improve on their skills. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. See you next time.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
So we're here for another episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. I believe you've enjoyed the previous episode. On today's episode, we're asking if GFA President Kurt Okraku has been an improvement on the leadership of the embattled former GFA President Kwesi Nyantakyi, because it's been close to 2 years since he took over from the Normalizations Committee as the GFA President. Let us know what you think by stating your opinion in the comment session. My name is Joel Leshend, and we go for a quick break. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest to you, then we start the discussions. Welcome back from that short break. You're still watching GhanaWeb TV, and it is the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, joining me for the discussion, I have Shaban. He's known everywhere. I know you see him on your screens during the Ghana Premier League coverage on Star Times. I also have Bra OJ. He's a staunch Kotoko fan, so he will be here to also tell us, when we start the analysis on the Ghana Premier League, on who can win the league and the possible teams who will be relegated. But today we're asking if Kurt Okraku has been an improvement on the leadership of the embattled former GFA President Kwesi Nyantakyi or not. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Good morning.
On GhanaWeb TV.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, OJ, what do you remember about Kwesi Nyantakyi?
Well, Nyantakyi's administration wasn't the bad one until the number 12 came in. Then some of the things I remember him was the 2006 World Cup. Yes, at least he took Ghana there for the first time. So that is what I always recall when his name comes to mind.
Okay, let me come to Shaban. What do you remember about Kwesi Nyantakyi?
Well, I think it's the 2009 Under-20 World Cup, because it was the first World Cup to be won by an African country on an African soil. And I think that is one thing that I remember very well about the former FA boss, Kwesi Nyantakyi.
But the two of you are speaking about the national teams. You've said nothing about the Ghana Premier League, because before he came, we had Hasselfolk and Kotoko playing in the maiden edition of the CAF Confederations Cup final, which has beat Kotoko in Kumasi to win that trophy. He spoke about the national team, but you don't remember him for our league.
Well, I think that he has his positive and also the negative. Okay. And with Kwesi Nyantakyi, I can tell you that his administration, what really affected the most was how he managed the Ghana Premier League. He didn't pay attention to the league. His focus was only on the national teams. And one thing, that is why it makes him that person who helped the national team, because he paid attention to the national team and he branded it very well. But with the Premier League, he didn't pay much attention. I can remember 2008 he had the Glow Premier League sponsorship. We had the Xylophone, that was the last sponsorship before the number 9, and then we the number 12, and then
I think at a point we had Rice Master also.
Yeah, that's for the national team. Yeah, okay. That's for the. So we have the Glow Premier League, we have the Xylophone sponsorship, and we have the Super Sports. Yeah. That is under his administration. But in all, he took over when our national, our club teams were doing very well. From 1956, we started playing the Premier League. From 1997, we saw Ash Gold in the CAF Champions League final.
Before that, they played in several semi-finals.
Semi-finals. King Faisal. We saw Kotoko winning the Champions League tour. We saw Kotoko winning the Champions League 83. Heart of Oak winning the Champions League in 2000. And then in 2005, we saw both teams in the final. December 2005, he took over as the next FA president. Now, taking over from 2005 to 2018, we didn't see any changes in our.
Okay, we will come back to that. But OJ, you don't remember him in terms of the promotion and the improvement of the Ghana Premier League?
Just as he was saying, Yantechi only focused how his name could go, like
international with the national teams.
If you could remember, at the point in time he was contesting for a position at
FIFA. He became a FIFA executive.
Yeah, so everything he does, like he wanted to go out there, not paying attention to the localists. Though he did some good stuff with the localists, but then I think it wasn't enough. Yeah, because then the number 12 came out as a result of what was going on locally.
A lot of allegations and all that.
You understand? And then I think officiating wasn't the best.
Okay, so watching GhanaWeb TV is the Friday's debate. Today we're asking if GFA President Kurt Okraku has been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantechi. It's been close to 2 years since Kurt took over. Shaban, we are not comparing the two presidents because one had close to 13 years and the current one has been in office for at least about a year and a half. But we know the things that brought the number 12 expose and the time when people started losing interest in Ghana football because there were several allegations against him, hooliganism and all that. Has Kurt Okraku been an improvement on Kwesi Nyantechi or not?
Well, you could clearly see that Kurt wants to do something. A former journalist, a football administrator, and so we expect to see more from him. As a matter of fact, the FA Cup committee, he was the chairman, and we saw what he did with it.
I think it was a final between Midiama and Bizebeche.
And then even Hatofuk and Kotoko at Temali. He was the chairman.
1-3-0.
Yes.
The famous hat-trick from
Ahmed Adams.
Sadiq Adams. And that was the end of his career. And so, clearly, you can't, it's early days yet, but you must see glimpses of positive. And I think that Kurt's administration is showing something. But for me, as an ardent local league follower, my expectations is to see the progress of the clubs or the progress of the Ghana football, especially when in about 13 good solid years we struggled in the Premier League. We've not seen any positive. We are struggling. Things are not going well. Clubs cannot finance themselves. We're having issues with infrastructure and all that. TV coverage. At a point in Nyantechi's administration, we didn't even have TV coverage.
I remember, and we played the league without a headline sponsor.
Headline sponsors. Even this time around, we are playing without headline. Kurt took over 24th of October 2019. He started the truncated league. Unfortunately for him, we started the league, we started something. The league was truncated due to the COVID-19. This time around, we have 14 more matches to go. I think that I am assessing him based on the performance or based on what we are seeing in the Ghana Premier League. And
for the national teams, it's already branded. The national teams are branded themselves. For an FA president or FA administration, what can be assessed most is the league. You go to the Algerian league, it's successful. Egypt league is successful, and then all the commendations goes to the FA. But when the national teams are doing well, the Ghana national team is doing well, the government takes the glory
because at the end of the day, he's the one who is financing.
Yes.
Okay. So OJ, has KET been an improvement on Kwesi Nyantakyi, or there are things that you think that Nyantakyi did which was wrong, and now KET is also repeating the same mistakes?
KET is doing well so far, so good. Yes. Okay. As you said earlier, you can't compare a whole 13 years.
We are not comparing
to a 1.5 administration of KET. But then let's look at something here. Before he was voted into power, he brought a manifesto. That is the game changer.
He said a lot of things.
So if I want to assess KET, I will use those things to assess him. Now, one, he talked about transparency and then accountability. These are stuff we are seeing him doing. Okay. I think a while ago he brought out the salaries they take. There was this noise all over that they are taking huge money, but at least we can count on that and then assess them. Say let's say they are taking this, they are taking that.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to speculate anymore about the salaries they are taking.
I'm not saying that, but then we will know they are taking this. So if let's say something is not going over financially, we will know that this is what has been added to the account. How people are getting me. Yeah. And then let's also look at refereeing. I think now this season referees have been paid I think 2 weeks or a month. Unlike formerly when they pile up their remunerations and then things. Then we also talk about the secretariat. During Nyantakyi's administration, Nyantakyi had all the power, but then looking at KET's administration, the secretary, Prosperado. Prosperado is also having some form of power, which he also chose the referees manager at the squad team. Yes, so I think he's been doing also far so good. But then internationally, you can't assess him because as you said, government will take the glory. But then you wouldn't say you shouldn't do more at the international level too. The women's league is going on, so I think KET is doing fine. Yeah.
All right. So they are giving their general analysis about KET Okreku's reign so far as GFA president. But we'll go for a quick break. When we come, we will discuss his posture with the media and how the administration is handling issues like hooliganism in our football. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue the discussions.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Alright, so welcome back from the break. It's still GhanaWeb TV and it's the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about issues regarding the Ghana Football Association president leadership. And as I've been saying, we are not trying to compare his reign with that of Nyantakyi because the embattled former GFA president had close to 13 years to be in office. But we are asking if KET has been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantakyi. They've spoken about their general impression about KET so far. But I want to ask, are you impressed about his posture towards the media? Because Nyantakyi was tagged as that, in quotes, arrogant
boss who literally didn't care about what the media was saying, I think, at the latter part of his reign as the GFA president?
Well, I think that Kurt has really improved on the previous FA president in terms of communication. Okay. I think one of the things that is helping this administration very well is how they respond to issues.
Yes.
Because in the previous administration, they didn't have that problem so much, but they wait for issues to go out,
escalate before.
Yes, people speculate, and at a point they don't even respond to it. And for the media, when we start talking about an issue and you don't respond, we will keep on hitting it. And for the media, we have influence on the public, and whatever we say, the public accepts it. So Kurt realized those things. He knew that if he doesn't come out quickly to respond to issues, it is going to affect him too.
Is it because he has been a journalist before?
Yes, he knows the impact of journalism on the public, and that is why he's quick to responding to issues. And I think that they have had issues. I remember one of their congress, some of the medias were not allowed to shoot and all that. But I think that they were all basic rules that the media must follow. I think they are learning. Look, the Women's Premier League, it has improved. A lot of information on the Women's Premier League. The official page of Northern Zone, official page of Southern Zone, informations are being posted. The Premier League too. You go to the FA official website, there are videos or highlights of some games, which at a point, main games, top games under Nyantechi's administration, we didn't even have videos we didn't have, except of Haas Kotoko games, not to talk of Karela, King Faisal games. By this time, we have King Faisal Ashgood highlights. Week 19, and that is positive. So I think that the FA Division 1, we have information, top scorers. In the previous administrations had for you to even know the top scorer in the Division 1, but Division 1 by this time you know that Andy Kumi Francis joined Kotoko, scoring 7 for Unistar Soccer Academy, and that is also helping. So in all angles, in all aspects, you see a sort of communication directly from the association to the public, and how they also respond. Lawyer Prosper Arisinado to the General Secretary is doing well, even though he's not the head of communication. We have Mr. Hart, Mr. Henry Asanti-Chum, but they are all working collectively to help. And the FA president also goes on most platforms to also, but in the previous administrations had to even get in Nyantechi, because you go to Switzerland, you go to CAF and all that, you will even have access.
Okay, so he has touched on his engagement with the media. Sometimes Kurt is criticized for some of the things that he says in his interview with the media. The first one was when he said he cannot appoint his enemies. It brought a whole lot of controversies. And the recent one, I am not the IGP to arrest hooligans at our match venue. Generally, are you impressed with how he engaged with the media and the sort of responses that he provides?
Joe, you and I know this man knows a lot about the media and then journalism as a whole.
Yeah.
Yes, and then he wouldn't go out there to say anything that would tarnish his image or reputation. Yes, he has a communication team which is headed by Henry Asanti-Chum. So anything he says or anything that goes out there has been properly arranged. Yes, he's saying it's not the IGP to arrest hooligans. I think
was that a good statement for him too?
Not it being a good statement, but then
how would you have taken it if it came from Nyantechi?
What? That is a tough question.
No, but
that is a tough question.
But you are saying that it's not a big deal.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yes. Then I'm asking because remember the question is whether he has been an improvement on Nyantechi's leadership, especially the latter part that it was him who decided who occupies the position of vice president and all that. So I'm saying that Nyantechi, after the 2014 FIFA World Cup, when he was asked about the government white paper, he said he was at something like toilet paper. And it became a big issue in Ghana. Now, a GFA president is ask about hooliganism and all that. And he says that I'm not a IGP to go and arrest people. And you are saying we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. And I'm asking you, would it have been okay with you if that statement came from Yantechi?
You see, the media gives so much pressure,
okay.
And then when you don't take your time to address issues, you might say things.
No, you are still not answering my question.
No, hold on.
You are still not. I'm saying that I'll let you proceed.
I understand.
Yes,
I understand the question I'm asking,
I want to draw the line between this. Would it have been okay for you if that particular statement was made by Yantechi?
I wouldn't have taken any offense to, but then it would have It would have depended on how and then when the question was asked.
No, what do you mean by how? Because
how in a sense that some journalists can provoke you whilst answering questions.
Yeah, but if I'm interviewing you and I'm provoking you, it depends on how you respond.
It does not mean I understand that it doesn't mean I have to say anything just like that.
So you are saying that it is not a big deal for Kurt to make such a statement, and you would have reacted the same if it has come from Of course, yes, Nyantechi. Of course, yes. Because sometimes, as I said earlier, the media gives so much pressure, and then when you don't take your time, you say things that you need not to say. Regarding the issue about he appointing those yes, of course, Joe, I can't assume office and then appoint people like you don't know to work with. So
we are all humans.
It's always been about people.
No. I feel comfortable working with people like people around me.
Must you always feel comfortable working with?
That is why the media is there to talk about anything that we are not doing well.
Yes, but I'm saying that so if Mo Shaban can do the work and he's not my friend, so because he's not my friend.
No, let's not go there.
It's two things.
No. I am asking you the question.
The question is those around him, are they doing the work or they are not doing the work?
No, I am asking you that.
It's two things. It's either it's two things. You are not my friend. It's different from you are my enemy. So you might not be my friend, but you can do the job. I will appoint you. You are my enemy. It's another thing.
How do you brand someone as an enemy, or do you literally do that because he campaigned against you during the elections?
Probably based on what the person was saying during the campaign.
But it's election. It's election. All is fair. I want to win. So if I can do the job and I campaign against you, do you have to say that maybe you won't give me the job because I'm your enemy? Wouldn't have been better?
In as much as you want to win, that no mean go out there and then say things that wouldn't favor me and then would rather tarnish my image. So I wouldn't assume of it and then appoint you to come and then help me work.
Even though I can do the job better than any of your team members.
I asked the question, what are they doing that is not right? I mean, those that get appointed.
Okay. And well, as it stands now, we don't know the people he labeled as his enemies. So we cannot make a conclusion.
Yeah, because when you look at Atanichum, for instance, Henry Atanichum, he's doing a fantastic job.
Okay.
Lawyer Prosperity is doing a fantastic job. So I don't see the essence of people saying or Ghanaians saying he should have chosen people, appointed people outside this.
Maybe they wanted Georgie Fee.
You understand?
Okay. So with regards to, you mentioned the General Secretary's name. Now we hear that under Kurt's tenure, the only thing they know how to do is we've banned this match venue. We've done that too. In respect to how he's handling hooliganism, would it have been better under Yantechi, or was it better under Yantechi? Because this season, the number of cases that we've recorded, I think are more than
even when we are playing behind closed doors.
Yes, even when we are playing with our
fans are not allowed to enter. You see, this issue is a worrying issue, and then it demands time to talk about these things. You see, Kurt and the administration have been doing very well regarding this issue, and then that's the only way they can do to stop this. Yes, when anything of that sort.
Let me ask you a question. So, if you come here and you misbehave, and the police allow you to go and they say we ban GhanaWeb from using their office premises for 1 month. How does that solve the problem?
I didn't get the question. I come here to misbehave.
Yeah, you come here to misbehave, and maybe the National Media Commission or the NCS.
I come here asking who? Asking
you come here as a guest.
Okay.
To misbehave. Then they said that they won't punish you, but they are punishing GhanaWeb. Is that way? Is that a way to solve the problem?
But how do you know those that misbehave are not the fans of the clubs?
Oh, what shoes?
They wanted to support the teams.
Because look, the Wamanafu incident. None of the fans who I saw in the video and they were beating the referee, none of them was wearing a replica jersey of Wamanafu. So how do you identify that these people are fans of Wamanafu?
I wouldn't go to a stadium with the intention of going to misbehave and then like I'll put on an attire that will identify me that I'm from this club or this club. No.
So how do you identify that these are my fans?
Yes. No Heart of Folk supporter.
Okay.
Will go to I think a venue or a match between Asgold and then Asafotoko.
Did you watch? Maybe you watched the game between WAC and Kotoko on TV. But if you are the Kumasi Sports Stadium, you see what the House of Folk fans did.
How do you know they are House of Folk fans?
Brandon,
wait.
Because I was there, I knew some of them. Yes, Brandon, the one I think the late Shomokwe.
Yeah.
Yes, he was part of them. Brandon themselves as if they were fans of WAC. So if they had misbehaved, how do you?
They didn't misbehave.
Well, I think that with this issue,
yeah,
hooligans, that specific thing started way back because we started playing the league in 1956. We've had issues about it. Under Kurt's administration.
Look, don't look at OJ, look at me.
Under Kurt's administration, we've had issues, and one unfortunate aspect is that we are playing behind closed doors. That makes it more
very
dangerous.
difficult.
One, to handle the case of hooliganism in our football, we need to tackle officiating. You know why I'm saying that?
We'll come to that yes.
You see, the fans have perceptions that after the Anas expose, the perception is that any referee who does a mistake, has taken something from the other club. So,
I'm not cutting you. I have to go for a quick break. When I come, we are running. We will have to wrap up the discussion on the referees' performance under this leadership, and then the issues about the Ghana Premier League and all that. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Has Keto Kreko been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantakyi? We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue the discussions.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. It's still the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. We're talking about the leadership of Keto Kreko. We're doing a bit comparison if it has been an improvement on that of Kwesi Nyantakyi. Before we went for the break, Shaban, you were talking about referees being one of the main reasons why it's been difficult for us to fight hooligans.
Yes, and as I'm speaking, you saw videos how they're circulating, how referees were awarding penalties, and it's not 1, 2, it's about 3 or 4 videos, and most clubs are beginning to show that. And I don't know what is wrong with the referees. Now clubs are beginning to show, take coverage of their own matches. So when you
misbehave,
everybody would see. 2, education on the fans. The FA have not tackled that. The clubs have not also done that. You need to educate your fans that look, you don't understand the rules of, even though you've been watching football, you don't know the rules of the game. The rules of the game is different. There are a lot of changes in the rules. So take your time. When there is defeat, irrespective of the FA banning the referee, still the scoreline stands. Yeah. So it's about education. The FA have not tackled the issue in terms of using the security personnel. In Division 1, in some of the Division 1 venues, before the start of the game, you could clearly feel the tension at the match venue. What do? You bring a lot of security men. You go to some of the Division 1 venues, you see 10 policemen. How can they stand at 50, 70, 80 supporters? It is difficult. Even in the Premier League, we saw Elmina Sharks against Medium FC. We saw some fans coming on the field to harass the officiating officials because the security are few. And probably the FA might think that we are playing behind closed doors. We only need few security. Meanwhile, the game itself is emotional. People follow the game with all their heart, with all their passion. The tension starts at 1, 2. And then one thing, yesterday I was listening to the communications director of the Ghana Football Association. He stated clearly that the match commissioners and then the referees, sometimes what happens at the match venue, they don't record it. I don't know if they are being sorted out after the game, that please don't release it out. Probably because sometimes the media are the people who comes out to release such information. The game between Ebusua Dwarfs and Brekum Chelsea. I received the call. Mo, come and see. The coach of Ebusua Dwarfs. Look, come and see what is happening.
According to him, he was beaten like a thief.
Yes, he was beaten like a thief. Yet, it's a Premier League match. Where are the security? So we need to improve on the security. If at match venue, if it's about 50, 70 security personnel, surround them on the field of play so that we can probably enjoy our game.
Okay. I'll come to you. How do we solve this issue of hooliganism with regards to referees? Then we try and wrap up.
I think education is key, as most
education. We've been talking about, because football, there is this simple rule: you either lose, you draw, or you win.
I understand.
And when we talk about education, it is not as if we don't have bad referees in Europe. Because if you can remember that 2009 Champions League game between FC Barcelona and Chelsea,
yes.
If the game had happened in Ghana, it was between us and Kotoko, it would have been bloody.
A war.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the Chelsea fans, the only thing that they did was to insult him. Nobody tried to assault the referee. So it is not just about education, telling people what do we do outside
when education. I say education, I don't mean educating them on this three things that you mentioned. Yeah. Either you win, you draw, you lose. No, I mean educating them on the decision of the referee. Okay. Like let's say when
issues about handball,
penalty, and then the likes. Not everyone that has football attacks understand those issues and then laws. You understand? So when I say education, that is what I mean. And then number two, I think money or salaries of the referees also counts. Yes, Joe, I'm going to a match venue, and then let's say I receive 100 cedis after this game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that is what they receive, but then I'm giving an example. I receive 100 cedis after this game, and then the home team tells me after the match they will give me 1,000 cedis.
Okay, like, because your salary is bad. Is it a justification?
It's not a justification, but then it could be an influence
for you to compromise the game.
I'm not saying it's a justification, but then it could be an influence. So when they are paid higher and then they are paid on time, Joe, some of these things would happen.
If somebody wants to take a bribe, irrespective of the salary,
I understand. So why? Then, let's say out of 100%.
Okay.
If they are paid on time and then they are paid well. I mean, about 80-70% wouldn't go into a match with some of this mentality that I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that.
All right. Briefly before we wrap up, now there's been talks about introduction of VAR. Will it solve our problems?
I do not think VR will solve our problem, because so, even out there, they are still facing challenges.
Okay. And so you think that if VR will come, people will still beat referees?
As I heard earlier, the hooliganism issue needs education. You see, the VR wouldn't solve our problems entirely, but then somehow it will help. And then this VR wouldn't take effect right away. I think
it will start next season.
I'm not even sure it's next season. I think 2 seasons after. Yes.
Okay.
Because this VR, people were also saying that we don't have the equipment. And then let me say this: the VR comes in 2 forms. There is the one they use in out Europe. There in Europe, yes, where there's a room where, and then there's a one that they use in the form of OB van.
Okay.
Yes, so I think that is what they'll be using here mostly. Okay. So like, let's say you cannot go to venues where there are no infrastructure. Let's say a match venue.
A bit and shadow and dressing room.
Dressing room now cook where anymore. I mean, so the OB vans will help. But I do not think it will be any moment from now. I think next 2 seasons or so, because more education needs to go into this VR thing.
All right, so we've been talking about the leadership of Ket Okreku. We have few minutes to wrap up. Now, top 4 or who wins the Ghana Premier League, and then the 3 teams who will be going to relegation. Personally, Inter-allies, I don't want them to. I would love to see them stay in the Ghana Premier League, because at the end of the day, they are able to pay their players. So it's better to have these people in the league than have.
I don't know why they're not getting results, because sometimes when I watch Inter-allies, like, I feel happy. They play the boys, by then in the end I don't know why they don't get the results.
Alright, so in the words of Alaji Bruce, or see them go na
yeah, exactly.
Now the top clubs, now it's just 2 points separating 2nd, 3rd, 4th and the 5th place teams. This week we are going to see some interesting games. Hasofo will have to cross the Ofin River, and
maybe they would ask Kotoko how they did it.
So I want to know from your perspective, what are the dynamics going into this weekend's round of fixtures? Quick one, then I'll move to OJ.
Well, going into the this weekend's fixture is a decider. Last week was a decider for relegation. I think Inter-allies have confirmed their spots in the relegation zone. They are not likely to play the 2021-2022 season, because after 20 games they've just amassed 16 points. And you look at the 17th on the league log, which is King Faisal, 19 points, and then you have the 16th on the league log, which is Liberty, have 21 points. Then you have 15th on the league log, which is 11 Wonders, 22 points. It means that one of them will join. One is either 11 Wonders or Liberty Professionals will join King Faisal and Inter-allies. And looking at how 11 Wonders are playing, it's not likely that they might continue to play. They have their best player joining Hatofuk, Salif Ibrahim. Probably that has also affected the team so well, and they have issues regarding their coach Ignacio Sefo. So yesterday he was sacked from the training ground. So it means
so now he's been asked to step aside for 3 games.
For 3 games, and he's not likely to come. You can testify. Show me on records a coach that have been asked to step aside and then came back.
It never happened. It's even in our culture as Ghanaians. The moment you'll be asked to go on leave
or step aside.
Go on leave. Step aside small.
It means it is over. It is over for you. So for Inter-allies, I can confirm they are gone. King Faisal, 11 Wonders, Liberty are working extra harder, and then in their last 2 home games, they have won all those games. It means that they are ready, and next win will just cement or push them away from the relegation zone, where 11 Wonders is likely, because the last game of 11 Wonders against Liberty was an home game for them. They lost at Obuasi. Their next game is a away game, which is not likely they are going to get the points. And then the top 4 battle and who wins the league. You have Asante Kotoko 35, Olympics 34, Hearts 33, Mediama 33. Then you have Dreams FC 30. You have Karela 32. The battle is very tough. Karela in the not performing their last 2 games in the second round have moved them from the first spot to the 5th position on the league log. It means that winning 2 would push you, losing 2 would push you. Now, you look at the gap between the 1st and the 10th, it's just about 8 points, because even the one on the 10th position has 23 points. And then the first half 35 points. The points gap is
how competitive.
It is not competitive. This year is the worst, probably based on points build up, because the clubs are not doing well to amass more points in this year's league. So I think that for the league decider it's difficult. By the top 4, you can clearly see that Hearts Kotoko, Karela, and Mediama could make it. Olympics, if they fail to win about 2 games, it's possible that Olympics might move from the top 4, because Mediama is pushing so well with the quality of players. They can make it. Hearts of Oak is pushing, Kotoko is pushing, and then Karela United is also pushing. Okay. So this weekend would decide if Hearts of Oak would want to win the league or they wouldn't win. And Kotoko Mediama is also another decider. So let's see what happens. Probably all of them can get one point, and then still the next game will decide which team moves ahead.
All right. So I'll end with you. What are the chances of Hearts of Oak, especially in breaking their 10 years trophy jays?
It will be difficult, but then looking at their form, anything can happen. Yes, with the new players and then with the new coach, I think the spirit, the euphoria
around the team is.
But the new coach itself is not performing.
He's not performing, but then looking at the performance back, like there has been an improvement. Yes, because
but he has played 4 games.
But Papic did exactly what he did. Papic won 6-1.
He has lost 1.
Yes, but Papic also won.
Papic won 6-1, but then why is not there?
All right, we will talk about Papic. Right. So, thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining me on this episode of the Friday's Debate here on GhanaWeb TV. The conversation does not end here. Let me hear from you in the comment section. Has Ket Okreku been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Iantechi? My name is Joel Leshen, and it has been an honor to serve you here with the hottest debate show, GhanaWeb Friday's Debate, here on GhanaWeb TV. The art of being a good guest is to say bye-bye. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
For many, the coronavirus seems to be going away. But is that really the case? Then there's the question of who knows somebody who has the virus. Today on Say It Loud, we hear from a survivor of the fast-spreading pandemic. He'll tell us all about his journey to recovery. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. When we return, we introduce our guest. Thank you for joining us. You are still watching Say It Loud. And our guest for today is a medical lab scientist and a COVID-19 survivor. He's in the person of Francis Bigoja. Francis.
Hello.
Thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks for inviting me too.
Great. How did you get coronavirus?
COVID-19 is no respect of persons, irrespective of the work you do or your personality in society. I mean, you can be infected with the virus. Okay, so I personally believe I got infected in the line of duty. Like you rightly said, I'm a medical lab scientist, and then I was a contact tracer in the Adenta Health District. Okay, so we were actually following up on contacts that were given to us by the Immigration Service, and then through the Health Directorate, and then we followed up on them to make sure that they get tested. We collected their samples, get tested, and then we provided them the results. So actually, I was actually in direct contact with the patients or the clients that we had to pick up samples from. So I had to give them instructions as to how to collect the samples for the testing, and then also pick up the samples.
So how are you doing this? Were you going from home to home, or from, what was the routine? How was your routine like?
Yeah, so okay, every day we had contacts. Okay, so we called the contacts, and then we informed them that we had their contacts for a contact tracing exercise. Okay. So we called them on phone, and then they directed us to their location. So we had a vehicle that was dispatching us to their various locations. So we visited them in their various homes. Yes, and sometimes we call an individual, but when we get to the home, we realize that they are maybe a set of family there. So we test them, we pick their samples and test them, and await that results will come and be given to them.
How many were you in your team?
Oh, okay. So a team consisted of 3 individuals, 3 people, as in 3 health workers. Okay. So 2 were contact tracers. They were filling up the forms. That's what's the name? There was a form that you fill, okay, and take particulars of the patient or the contacts you are dealing with. Then as a medical lab scientist, so every team had a medical lab scientist, okay, who was making sure that they take appropriate samples and then collect samples, transport samples in a good medium to the right institutions to be tested.
So at what point did you know that you had been infected?
Okay, actually I was caught on the 6th of May. I actually also did a test. Okay, yes, so we also did a test as health workers. I mean, so it was a Wednesday. I got home, and then in the evening, some of my colleagues called me. My team members told me that the test that I did.
Even before you continue with that, when did you do the test? Was it like a voluntary test that you went to do, or as officials you were made to run tests before you went out to go and?
It was voluntary, but as a health worker, I also saw the need to be tested. Though I was going around picking samples from individuals to be tested, it was necessary that I also get tested. Yes.
When did they tell you that your results were ready, and what was going through your mind after you ran the test? After you had gone for the test?
Well, as I stated, I was doing contact tracing. Yeah. So when I did my test, when I picked my samples for the testing, I was still doing the contact tracing.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Until on the 6th of May, I was informed that I had COVID-19. Okay. So, well, for me as a medical lab scientist, it wasn't a big deal for me.
It wasn't?
Yes.
So there was no form of fear or...
I was actually thinking about my family, how they would take it, because it's not all of them that are health practitioners or health inclined. Okay, so I had to find a nice way to tell them.
Yeah. You're the one who told it?
Yes, I had to tell them. Yes, I had to tell them and then make sure that they also get tested because I was living with them.
Oh, right. So how many people are in your household?
Oh, okay. Fortunately, my parents were not around. Okay. So my sister was around. Okay. So it was my sister who had to be tested. Yeah, so my sister got tested.
How was the entire atmosphere like? Did you experience any form of stigmatization?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the stigmatization, it's quite real. Yes, I think personally it was one of the reasons I had to resign.
You resigned?
Yes.
Resign from your workplace?
Yeah, from my workplace. Okay, I had to resign from my workplace. Though, I mean, there were other issues aside the stigmatization, not just from workplace, but I mean, from some few people around as well. Okay, yeah. So I thought it wise to, I mean, take stock of my life and then just hold back for a while.
I want to know a bit more about how you getting COVID contributed to you resigning.
For privacy issues, I would just want to withhold, I mean, certain information or certain names.
Okay, even if you do not want to communicate where you were working, we just want to know the general stuff, how things were like. So you were working in a hospital or organization? What kind of...
Yes, a hospital.
Okay.
Yes.
And tell me more about how the stigma was, because you were a health giver.
For me, I felt upon the various inputs and my efforts in the facility, and such comments could be made with regards to my status as having contracted COVID-19.
Which comments were made?
Or let's hold on for that for now. Or my work as a contact tracer. Okay, so irrespectively, even if I stop doing the contact tracing, I am still a medical lab scientist.
I mean, you said you were stigmatized, but what kind of stigma?
Well, that still boils down to giving you fine details about the COVID-19 issues as to how the standard procedure, how everyone is going to deal with COVID-19 issues. Okay, so I mean, the facility had to close down certain units, okay, and then ask certain individuals to stay home for a while and then isolate themselves.
The last thing that made you draw the conclusion that, okay, this is it for me, I'm walking away. What was it?
It was the COVID-19 stigmatization that broke the camel's back, aside other issues like money issues and stuff. Yeah, I mean, delay in monies and payments.
Delay in money payments. Give me a little light on that.
Oh, I mean, not just the facility I work in, but there's usually a financial challenge in the delay of salary payment, and stuff. So,
okay.
Yeah, there are other issues that contributes to that.
How long did it take you to recover?
The normal days. Okay, so I had to undergo, as at May, I had to undergo 2 negative tests. Okay, after the initial first positive. Okay, so I had to do 2 tests. So on the 6th of May, when I was informed about my status as being positive, I start, quarantine myself in the house. Okay, I did a self quarantine. I didn't go to any isolation center, and I had to buy medications myself. Yeah, I had to buy medications myself.
Wow.
Yeah. So after 14 days, then I did the first test. Then I think after 3 days or 4 days, I did a second.
Francis, let me just hold you right there, but we'll take a quick break here. We've been speaking to Francis Bigoja. He's a COVID-19 survivor. Now, when we return from the break, he'll tell us how he went through the recovery process and everything related to his recovery and the coronavirus. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Say It Loud. We've been speaking to a COVID-19 survivor in the person of Francis Bigoja. He's also a medical lab scientist. And before we went on a break, Francis was just telling us how he managed through the recovery process. Francis, so you stated that you had to isolate yourself. So it means that you weren't picked up by any ambulance of any sort?
No. Actually, what I know and what was being done in the system was they had a team, as in a virtual team,
okay,
that was monitoring you, okay, as part of the what's the name, team for the COVID-19. Okay, so we had people who picked up samples and to get tested. If your result comes out as positive, and they move you to the treatment team, okay, which comprise of the physicians and then some other health workers. Okay. So they call you, they talk to you and stuff. Yes, but when it comes to the medication, you have to buy them yourself. Yes, I may not be able to speak for those who had to be isolated in the health facilities. Okay, I can't tell about that. Perhaps, maybe they provided them. I want to believe so, that the facility provided them the medications. But for those of us who had to isolate ourselves in the house, we had to buy the medications ourselves.
And how often were you buying them? And when you bought them, how long did it take before?
Well, it was dependent on the individual's case and severity of well, mine was very mild and close to asymptomatic. Okay, yes. So actually, when I was informed, I was quite surprised because actually, boy, I did formal. I'm fine.
You're still fit. Nothing to show.
Nothing to show for.
No, what are the mild symptoms?
Mild symptoms, like later I realized that I had loss of smell. Okay, so I actually didn't know that was part of the signs of COVID-19, okay, or symptoms of COVID-19. Yes, so that was the only thing I could recount noticing in myself.
Let's talk about the atmosphere in the house. I mean, once you isolated yourself at home, you said you were with your sister.
Yes, yes.
How was the whole thing like?
Okay, so my sister, when I told her, I'm usually someone who goes straight to the point. I don't want to beat about the bush. I just tell you point blank. So I just called her. Then I told her that I'm a twin, so she's Francisca. Okay. So I told her, Franca, Charlie, yes, I have COVID-19. And I just laughed. I just laughed. Then I showed her the screenshots. Okay. Then her facial expressions began to change, her countenance.
Wait, was it a video call?
With her?
Yeah.
No.
I
I was in the house. So I was in the house with her. So I called her physically to come. So we had a chat. So it was the next day we have to have good systems that will track as a health worker. The kind of challenges I had to go through getting people who had contact with me to be tested was even annoying.
You had to do that yourself?
Exactly. So how much more someone who doesn't know or who is not privy to some of these informations.
Enlighten me a bit. I mean, you work
as in the norm. Yes, the norm is that when you get infected, where you've been in some past few days, I've quite forgotten that. You are told to recount those places and then the people you've come in contact with. Okay, so you provide their names and their contacts, and then the contact tracers begin to call them. Okay, so in my case, the people that are provided, they didn't call anyone. No, I had to,
How did you know they hadn't been contacted?
Oh, I asked them. Yes, some of them were very close, and I even told them that this is the case. So I want you to also get tested. And they were fine by that. Okay, so I had to arrange that they go to a facility I want to just withhold and then get tested. You get the point? So just imagine someone has COVID-19, the person provides contacts that he has been in touch with, and you don't get people to follow up on those individuals. Do you think it's a good thing? The COVID-19, people will just be getting infected day by day.
So in your case, did you infect any other person?
Well, I can't tell because you wouldn't know who infected you. The best you could know is where you were, who you came in contact with, and then possibly think about who had COVID-19 there or not.
But as far as you are concerned, the people that you had
But the people that I had contact with after the test, fortunately, they came out all negative. Yes. Even my sister that I was living with came out negative. But I had to take a preventive measure. Okay, so the medications that I was taking, she also has to take some as a preventive measure. Yes, you can't leave anything to chance.
But it wasn't, it was prescribed?
It was
for
prescribed,
you, but
yes. It's an antibiotic. Well, I was just contacted once by the health team that was supposed to, take care of people.
Be monitoring your...
Yes, be monitoring. Okay. They just called me once. So I had to switch to UGMC COVID Connect, okay, where I signed up to the Lucy app, and then I was using the app. So they were calling me constantly to check how I was doing.
Wow, but the people that did it...
But the team that was assigned, okay, to take care of or to monitor those who have been infected with COVID-19 in their locality. Well, they just called me once. Wow. Yes. So if they call you a health worker once, okay, someone that you were working with, they just called you once. How much more someone who doesn't have any relation with? Yeah.
What was your general impression? I mean, looking at everything that you've gone through when you got infected, what was the one thing that kept coming to mind about how it was?
The one thing that came to my mind was that if I had died, it would have been a stupid death. I would have died for nothing, foolishly. Oh yeah, because you see, we should have system in place that would protect individuals who are willing to, sacrifice, go the extra mile to make sure that people are well. This is just one aspect when it comes to the health sector. I'm sure other people have issues in other sectors, but personally for me, it would have been a foolish death. Seriously.
As a health worker or as a contact tracer?
As a health worker, as a contact tracer, as which have you? Not to even talk about the PPEs that are supposed to be supplied and a whole lot. You get the point. So,
did the government come through for you with all the promises that they made to...
On the PPEs? Oh, they did their best, but it wasn't sufficient. Yes, they did their best, but it wasn't sufficient. There is a prescribed nose mask that's supposed to be used by those who are coming in contact with COVID-19 patients. Okay, you can't use this one. You understand? You are supposed to use the NK95. Okay, that's what is prescribed, and you can't use the cloth one. You get it? So you need to be well protected in your PPEs, your boots, your gloves and stuff. Okay, so They did their best, but it wasn't adequate.
So let's talk about the aftermath of you recovering. Health experts have stated that people who recover from COVID tend to have long-term effects. It could be sometimes lung issues or breath, several other things. Since you recovered, I mean, it's been 3 months.
3 months,
since
yes,
May,
yes.
right?
Yes.
What has your experience been? Have you experienced any odd thing with regards to your health?
Okay, I think no. But sometimes the thought, for instance, when you cough one, you're like, hey, Charlie, I don't know. No. Or you are having some runny nose or something. Yes, but well, it's been 3 months down the line now, and I think I'm okay, I'm healthy and fine.
If you compare how you were, I mean, regarding your health, how you were before and post COVID, is still the same, or what has the changes been?
Oh well, the only change is that I've put on weight. Because in the 14 days, I actually had good time to sleep. Added that, eat and sleep.
Yeah. Let me draw you back a bit. When you experienced the stigma and all that, did it take a toll on you mentally? And if it did, how did you fend it off, or how did you overcome it?
No, there wasn't any mental agitation that I had. But well, it all boils down to the decisions that we make in life based on what happens to us. Okay, so well, to me, I felt getting off was the best, and then I would just take stock of my life and then re-examine some few things and then move forward again.
Did you lose any friends?
Friends? Actually, well, I had a lot of friends too as a result of the COVID-19, because I was writing on my WhatsApp status and people call me, hey, is it true? Are you sure? Hey, so which medicine did you take? What do you think? Like, well, you need to get appropriate counsel and stuff.
You said that you were taking the same medication with your sister.
Yeah, with my sister.
As a precaution.
Yes, preventive.
Preventive measure. So does that mean that you buy into people who were taking, who were self-medicating because of COVID?
It depends on the perspective, because if you really look at the situation at hand and you're actually waiting for maybe the government or someone from somewhere to provide you with medications or something, or to provide you with counsel, or better still, to even help you get tested and then wait for your results. I had to wait for, I think, a week or two to get the results. Really? Yes. Some even wait for a month. So within that time, what do you do? Okay, so I wouldn't advise that people self-medicate. But you see, your life is more important than policies and standards of operations or whatsoever. If you have a friend or a relative who is in the health sector and can help you, maybe a doctor, a medical lab scientist, a nurse, a pharmacist who can assist you, why not?
Okay, since you're here, which medicine
Which medicine did I take?
Yes.
Okay, the medicines I was taking was azithromycin, 500 milligram, and then the dissolvable vitamin C tablets. Yes, but sometimes it can be disturbed a little, so you tend to do other traditional methods.
Like what?
Oh, like neem. What was the name? The neem tree, the leaves. Okay, so you boil them and then steam inhalation.
Apart from neem?
Apart from, that's the only one I know. And I also did as well. It wasn't quite easy, but you have to force and do it.
Francis, your journey as a COVID survivor, what's the one thing that you would not do? I mean, looking at everything that you have gone through, what's the thing that you would not repeat so you won't follow the same trajectory?
For me now, I've advised myself on issues that have to do with outbreaks, okay, pandemics or either epidemics and stuff. Yes, to closely involve myself as a professional, sorry, in the let's say testing or whatsoever. I've advised myself not to do that again. But if we have a good system that seeks the welfare of the people who are involved in taking care of the sick and needy, why not? I'll go ahead and do it. But if I see that it's not so, it's just like what I experienced, I wouldn't do. And neither will I even advise someone to do. That's the point. I won't even advise someone to do.
Everything you're saying here gives me the impression that government did not come through with their promises on taking care of contact tracers, the insurance and all that. Is this something? With
yes, the insurance. What is the insurance? There is a health insurance, a life insurance for.
It's not high yet. Yeah. Na kokomile e kan particular yo. Kokomile kan. That's not high kokomile.
19 and a whole lot. We are almost in the 4th month now, but nothing.
Have you made any
inquiries?
To reach
well,
out?
we've made several inquiries. You know, aside the insurance, well, there were monies that were supposed to also be paid to contact tracers.
Yeah, I know initially you were paid 1,500, no?
No, 150.
Sorry, 150,
yes,
and it was reduced to 70.
Well, we didn't even have the chance to even get that 70.
How do you mean?
So, our colleagues in Kumasi were being paid 70 cedis in the month of May. Okay, so you know, the president announced. So, we actually started working as contact tracers on the 1st of April.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know, the president didn't state how long it was going to last.
The contact tracing.
The contact tracing. So, after working for 2 weeks and being paid, they paid us for 19 days. Okay, and then some of us had also worked for the whole month of May. Okay, some of my colleagues had worked for the month of May because I started my isolation after 6th of May. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so some had worked in the whole month of May, and we're hoping that the monies will come, only for us to be informed by the Director General that we were contracted for only 19 days, whilst we had worked for all this while. You get the point? So they are close to 6,000 Ghana cedis per individual in the district that I worked with, okay, at Dental District. Yeah. That are still pending, and we don't know what is going to be done about it. We've spoken to the director, you know, he's also making every effort to make sure that this issue is resolved, okay. But up to now, we've still not had any positive feedback.
When was the last time you tried to get this resolved? When was the last time you reached out to?
Yeah, so we had to organize a meeting with the director, and then he said he will forward it to the MP.
When was this?
Oh, this was somewhere in June. This was somewhere in June. Okay, this was somewhere in June. So I had to forward this to the MP. I think the last information we had was that the MP said they should come with a budget, okay, for those durations, and he will present those budgets to the Director General and see how best they will rectify that. But up to now, I mean, we've still not had any positive
feedback from them. Yeah. Well, Francis, I'm sure you've observed by now that, for want of a better word, people are not afraid of COVID anymore, or that's how it at least looks. Yes. We don't see people adhering to the safety protocols. You don't see the wearing of masks and all that. How does that make you feel for someone who has recovered? You know how real it is, because there are people who do not even believe in it. How does it make you feel, and what's your message?
Well, it's a stand. What's the name? it's a standard that everyone should put on a nose mask to as a preventive measure, okay, so that you don't get exposed to COVID-19 in a way. All right, but when people become so reluctant, it means that information and knowledge is not really going down the drain, and then we tend to see that, well, the COVID-19 that they said is not as serious as it is. Okay, so then why not just take off the mask and then still move away?
So you think education is no longer as strong and vibrant?
Yeah, the education is not as strong as, and then one of the factors I think is also influencing this is, you know, the daily updates that is being provided by the Ghana Health Service. Today, as at the time I checked, the new cases were 64. So just look at the country, you know, a country as Ghana, and we have a case of 64. You begin to ask yourself questions. If truly that's the figure, then it means that the COVID-19 is suppressing. But if not, the other issue, the other contributing factors, but that's not notwithstanding. What I want to say to everyone there is that you need to be responsible, okay? So you need to make good choices for your life. You don't have to wait for any policy to be made. You are responsible for your own life, okay? So you have to make good decisions for your life, for your family, and for your community. The interesting thing about the whole COVID-19 is that your safety depends on mine, and my safety depends on yours. So if you put on a nose mask and I don't put on a nose mask, you are still at risk. Okay, so we all collectively need to put on our nose masks and then make sure that this COVID-19 becomes a thing of the past.
Before I let you go, one more question, or maybe last two questions. How has your life changed?
Well, it's made me very meticulous, very careful. Yes, and then I see things different. Okay.
How do you see things now?
Yeah, well, death can happen to everyone. I know medical lab scientists, doctors, nurses who have passed on as a result of the COVID-19. And I feel I'm not so different. Okay, so I see life very different. I think every day that's given to us, it's best we make good decisions and good choices out of them, so that when we are no more, I mean, good things will be said of us.
Thanks for your time, Francis. But that's it on this edition of Say It Loud. We have been speaking to a medical lab scientist who is also a coronavirus survivor. Now, the virus has not gone away, and so we all are supposed to adhere strictly to the coronavirus protocols. My name is Lord Harisidasari. Do join us next time.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Although you waiting be the matter, I see the cry from my head. I do hope it'll be better where you carry. This song rings a bell, right? Yes, the man behind this very song is our guest for this edition of Talk Assignment. So if you want to get to know him better, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is Talk Assignment, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. That's impressive. Yeah. As you can see, we've been joined by the one and only Kamido. Yes. Mido, what? Mido Pondetin.
Mido Pondetin.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You're welcome,
Thank
Kamido.
you so much.
How's life?
Life is good, LG.
Your blue hair though, how do you maintain it?
I just try to always keep it oiled up and wash it from time to time.
Is it always going to be blue?
For as long as I can maintain, for as long as maintenance can take us. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You were
Thank you.
Nominated 3 music awards for 3 categories.
Yeah.
I want to focus.
I think
on
about
one.
four categories. Yeah.
Okay. I want to focus on one because that kind of drew a lot of controversies, which is the Digital Artist of the Year category. Yeah. People came out to say all sorts. They were like, you were not fit enough to be nominated for such category. How do you respond to that?
People are always going to think that people are not deserving of any forms of like nominations or awards or praise. There's definitely always going to be people who think otherwise of whatever praise you are given. So I thank God for the people around me that have made me to understand that this is how it plays out in the industry. So for me, I knew that like we did some work and we did a lot of digital work during, especially at the time where like Corona came to hit us and all of that. So I just knew that wow, it's just okay to be acknowledged in that category. And so I really didn't pay so much attention to what these opinions were like, talking about. I really just focused on the goal, which is to thank God and also stay motivated by these like nominations and acknowledgements and move to the next level. It really didn't cause no down moods in my life. It just kind of like affirmed what these people, the people around me told me, that it's always like this in the industry. When you're doing good, people still think that you're not deserving of the awards or of the praises. So it's cool. It's normal.
Yeah. Personally, what were some of the things that you feel you did right that somewhat merited the nominations you had amidst the backlash?
Yeah, I just think that the major thing is not letting Corona hold us back. It's to always focus on the fact that we had a goal and then we had to be consistent at working. And I think that's major. That's one of the major things that we did. Like during Corona, I was able to do my Save the Kids with Camido event. I did the media rounds, put out an EP. You know, I did video calls with the fans. You know, so I did a whole lot that was like digitally inclined. You know, so I feel like I was just consistent. You know, and that kind of like allowed me to merit these things.
Still on the awards, were you expecting to win?
Well, my manager used to say one thing, and he always tells me like one thing, which is that as long as you've been nominated, it means that you are deserving of the award. At the end of the day, votes are gonna allow the award to be given to one person. You understand? At that time. So I just knew that if I don't think that I've blown or I've broken through the whole of Ghana. We still discuss like me pushing my works to like the Upper East, the Northern Side, and all of that, Takoradi and all of these places. So I still feel like the nomination was just a recognition that this guy has been doing some work, but we still have more work ahead of us to do, you know. So I really didn't put my mind on the win. I was really motivated by the nomination. I'm not gonna lie. The nomination alone did a lot of like motivation for me, you know. Yeah.
Speaking on what you just mentioned, that you feel you are not putting your works are not loud enough, as in it hasn't gotten to where you wanted to be, as in other parts of the country and beyond. What are some of the things that you feel personally you are not doing right, that it's not getting to that stage? Because how long have you been in the industry?
I think that I've been here for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Professionally, like let's just say like mainstream, 3 years, and I'm learning. And not to say that I haven't done anything right. You can do all the things right, but this is a process. It's a journey that we embark on. And some people are in the industry mainstream for like 7 to like 8 years before they get that big break that takes them all across the country, like evenly. Not all the songs can take your name across the country evenly. Some of the songs will take you only in Accra. Some of the songs will take you Accra, Kumasi. Some of the songs, but some songs also come out to take you evenly, like express the blow across the country. And that can only be achieved through consistency, So that's not to say that, so I wasn't saying that we haven't done some things right or like wrong. All I'm saying is that the journey continues, and I haven't reached that peak yet. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
Perfect.
Speaking of songs, can you attest to the fact that a lot of people know your songs, but they can't put your face to it?
That was before. I think that we had that problem like mainly before I even met George Britton, or I started working with George Britton. That was the problem. Like a lot of people, if you tell them that, where to be the matter?
And they go like,
do you know the song? Like, I know this song. So that was the main problem that I had. When George Britton came on board with his expertise, he put my face to the music, And so, unlike before, now when I'm driving through town, people are able to like pinpoint and say like, yo, that's Camido, that's Camido, So I don't think that we're having that problem now than before. So now people are able to like put my face to the music. Only that, like, 90% of that, or like let's say 80% of that has been done. We need to cover the rest 20%. There are some people still who can determine that this, unless I say I'm Camido, and they're like, oh, you sang this song. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think 70 to 80% of the work is being done, but the rest is also it's just a process. Like we just need to take our time and just do it. Like I feel like this industry is not one that you need to speed through. Other than that, you just become like a shooting star. So it's just like it's a process. We just need to take our time and just do it. Yeah.
Congratulations on your VGMA nomination.
Yes, so that one also made me feel very happy and grateful to God and also to the industry. Like VGM is like the top. Like it's like the most. It used to be like the most recognized award scheme. It's like when you are nominated for VGM, and then you know that okay, you are proper in Ghana music.
But
like,
how sure are you that you are going to be clock in all the categories that you were nominated?
I don't need to clock it. I don't need to win the award to show that, like, you know, VGM is just like, growing up, that has been like the mark, you know, to show that yes, this artist is in the industry. Do you understand? So getting to this level, I'm just happy, and I don't need to win the award to confirm or to validate the fact that there's an artist in Ghana music called Kamido. I've made some impact. If I haven't made any impact, I don't think that I will be nominated in the VGMs, in the 3 music awards. Do you understand?
Which of them is a cool chop for you?
Cool chop.
Don't tell me. Well, definitely, you know that this one, there's this particular one, dear. I know I'm going to win it hands down. There should be one like that.
I don't know, man.
No, you need to know. You need to know.
I've been nominated as a breakthrough artist, and I've been nominated as Afropop Artist of the Year and Afropop Song of the Year. I think that all of these songs are deserving. Like, I could just win any of them hands down.
Name one.
I could just win any of these categories hands down. Like, knowing that the songs that have been nominated in these categories, like that song, Maria has done a great job, you know. So I'm just saying that everybody's deserving of the award, and so if I get it, cool chop still.
So you didn't tell us which one you think that you are sure of winning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you should have but quite a number of threats in there.
It's not
Who
threats.
do you see as a threat?
Nah, it's not threats. Like, I don't think it's threats. I just think that it's still not competition. Still, like, I'm telling you that being nominated makes the artists in the category winners.
We know.
That's the mentality that we should carry on. You know, it's always been like, oh, who is your threat? Who is your... Bro, like, you can't be the only artist. You can't be the only... So imagine that there are like 5 major shows in the country in one day, and all of them are looking for the top Afrobeat artists to perform. I can't be the only Afrobeat artist to perform in this 5.
But you know it's showbiz. And even in business, people have competitors.
Yeah.
So this cuts across. So you should be able to see someone that you feel like, yo, if I'm not there, this person is there. Like, he's the boss.
Yeah, if I'm not there, then the rest of the people in the category should fit in. If they're not there, the rest of us should fit in. That is what it is. Yeah. Straight talk, real talk.
How did your album, Contingency Plan, how did it fare for you?
I think that it did really well.
What targets did you set for yourself with regards to the EP?
Number 1 target was to be recognized as an EP being released in the industry. Number 2 was to also help to further put my face to my music, put my face to my name. And I think it did just that. And not one person in the industry can say that they don't know, you know,
Meet up on a thing,
that they don't know that there's an artist called Kamido, you know, and it's like big shout outs to the EP that helped us to be able to achieve these things. So I think that it really did the job that it came to do. That was what we wanted it to do, you know, and it did just that. So I'm happy and I'm grateful. I'm moving on to the next, which is the album.
Oh, okay, you answered my next question.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album, which is your next project.
Yeah, which is my next project. It's called Lighter, Lita, and it basically means that love is the answer. And I've always, like, growing up, I've always been loved by the people around me. I've been shown a lot of love and made me understand that love really is the key to, like, achieving the things that we as a people want to achieve. But many times we see other options above the love, and we really never understand what love means. Do you understand? So I just thought that I could maybe use my album to sell love, which is also the greatest of all commandments from God, the ultimate, you know. Yeah, and it's likely to have like 14 songs, and you know, it's a beautiful body of work that I'm looking to release at the end of the year.
On this love note.
Yeah, you see, say when they talk about love, beautiful breeze, like they blow, you know, to affirm the fact that love is indeed the key, you know.
Before we continue with our chat, I'm giving you a sneak peek into Kamido's performance during a mid-year party somewhere in 2020. Enjoy.
Listen now, you want more of my comedy, cause it gets rid of your allergy. Yo, 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 hey. Yo, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, your leg no fit my wallaby, so you chose to wear Charlie water from me, yeah, yeah. Oh, Charlie, my girl, no get shame, MG Maria, oh, Ria, oh. Everybody say, if you will bring me blessing. Although you they bring me blessing, oh baby you they bring me blessing, whoa whoa. MG, yeah, see, like a millipede, take it slow for me. Killy killy la russo, go sing. Killy I they show you ring, yeah yeah. I call you tinini and you come to me. Give it to me and you make her eat, whoa whoa. Baby, you make my head to the sweet, oh. Intimate me with a better lie. Forever and ever you're mine. You want me to put that thing like this. Continue to do me like this, oh. OMG Maria. Everybody say, baby, you will bring me blessing, oh. Although you they bring me blessing, oh. Baby, you they bring me blessing, whoa, whoa, OMG Maria. So Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no, say Maria. Let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen for yourself Kamido's performance, which wouldn't have been possible, of course, without his manager, George Britton.
Yeah. Nah, still wouldn't have been possible without GhanaWeb. Like, you guys welcomed us, and I remember very well, you guys were really, really like lovely. Like, everyone was lovely, and I just wish we had continued throughout the night. It was fun.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
It's because of you. You were not boring, so yeah.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of your manager, George Britton.
Yeah.
How do you feel when he goes out to say controversial stuff and people bash him for it? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, that's the other brand. So that one, it has nothing to, it's limited to the other brand, you know, him as a pandit or whatever, you know. So that one there, I don't feel anything. I feel like it's part of the job, you know. Every job comes with, you know, the bashments and all of that. So me, I'm not really like, so long as he's healthy for us to continue the work that we're doing, the beautiful work that we're doing, I'm good to go.
But sometimes you don't go like, hey, this statement you made there.
Oh, George, he knows what he's doing. Like, he's been in the game for quite some time, so he knows what he's doing. So that one, yeah, I don't have anything. Me, what can I say? I'm a baby.
He made a comment about Miss V's comeback. I'm sure you.
And I'm sure that if you actually went to listen to I was there during the interview. I think, you know, if you actually listen to the proper interview and you heard what he said, I don't think that people always take people's comments out of context and then they come back to write their blogs and all of that. So what did he say? Right now, I chop plenty of blajo, I forget that one. You know, it was in 2020. You know.
So you were like, if I heard what he said, so you should tell me because I didn't.
Yeah, but I was there, and my mind can tell me that he didn't say anything bad about an artist, because I will not be happy if my manager makes a silly statement about another, like my colleague artist. You know, it will not be a good thing, because another artist's manager can say a more silly thing about me, and he will also not be happy. But I know for a fact that, you know, true for God, like I said. He didn't say anything bad. So yeah, you know. So I'm good.
What are some comments, ever since you started music?
Yeah.
What are some comments that you have heard about yourself that you are surprised that, is this really me, or there's another Kamido somewhere else?
I don't think that I've so far heard any negative thing about me that I wasn't cool with. So far, it's always been and I like the way, because I think that if you give people something ill to talk about, then they will talk about it. Do you understand? But if you don't give people, if you always frown your face, people will say, why is he always frowning his face? But if you always give people a cheerful face, they will, like, unless of course these people are crazy, like, you know, they say
so
what they haven't
really
seen.
Had any
Nah. So far so good.
Stuff.
So far so good. It's Camido, you know. Oh, nah, they just say that Emma be pay me because they haven't seen me paying ma, you know.
And why do they say Emma be pay though?
They just think that with the nature of my music and I'm good looking, obviously, they think that ladies love people like me. But, and also, you know, they say what they want to say.
Now one cause I was shy Emma.
Oh, a man can't try me. So far, no, a man can't try me. Say, oh, me pearl. So I cannot say that a man pay me. But if I get more than 10 ladies telling me at a go, say, you pearl. If I say,
but that's impossible. They can't tell you at a go.
Like
I'm
in
sure
a day.
They are in your DMs.
In a day. But if I get one woman in 2 weeks, you know, one in 2 weeks, I cannot make a statement that Emma pay me. Do you understand?
Which you are not getting?
Yes, I'm not getting.
Hey!
It will not be easy. The last time I saw Bosom P. Young tweeted, he was like, these girls think that we get girls, but we indeed don't get girls. We indeed don't get the girls. People think that we the artists, we get the girls, but we indeed don't get the girls. We did not pass everybody.
I don't believe you on that one, but you let's move on.
Open me.
Let's move on.
You see, on me. You know, jokes on me.
So, some veterans actually have come out to say that the music that the new school artists are churning out these days, and really nothing good to write home about.
Nothing good?
Yes, in that, with respect to lyrics, with respect to even instruments and a whole lot, some of them have actually come to express bitterness about it.
We all cannot sing about the same stuff. We all cannot sing the same way that the predecessors sang. That's a no-no. Like, that's like putting people in a box to sing about the things that you thought that was nice at that time. And you cannot put people in a box. Like, people, creativity. Remember, it's about creativity. People have to, like, exploit what is in them. People only can give you what is in them. They can't give you what is in a Machidede. If you are getting the point I'm trying to make, like,
your point.
I can only put what is in me. Let me not be in the process of trying to express myself passionately.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah.
But what about
the criticisms? And if they're doing, if they want to go far, then because only good things go far or go farther than